done quite a bit of research. My head hurts quite a bit from going over a lot of the mechanic changes with some of the big players on the Discord. There were some things I was wrong on. There's some things I was right on, of course, but I've refined my knowledge quite a bit, and we're going to build ourselves a perfect city using 40 burgers plots, and I'm just going to go through some of the things I've learned as we go. We're going to play on my favorite map, which is High Peaks. High Peaks is really cool. Default settings. There are still some glitches. You know, when you watch this, a lot of things have gotten bug reports, so don't be too scared. Keep in mind that this is what's open for beta testing right now, so the final product is going to be a lot better. We're going to take whatever we get. I don't really reroll. I don't really feel the need to reroll. So we started off here. I got rich berries and rich wild animals again. So I'm wondering if these are static, because this is what I got last time. No, I got fish last time. Okay, never mind. So I'm just incredibly lucky. All right. I never get those kind of resources when I'm trying to do other content. So he got the rich fish. I think actually, yeah, he started at the end. All right. I was honestly hoping we would get one of these mountaintops for building. All right. So this actually kind of throws a wrench in my design idea, and at the same time doesn't throw a wrench in it. So the perfect city design is going to incorporate a flexo, but it's also going to be centered off of wherever your wild berries are. So our wild berries are going to be here, and then the flexo is going to be going southward. But essentially, we're going to build our houses with inside of it. It's going to be a little bit modified. I'm still working on the design, but I'm going to show you what I have so far. I just wanted to have kind of a nice little, fun little live stream. Yeah, I know. I'm like, I don't know, maybe I should re-roll. This is the best thing ever. Now, the berry trick still does work. So, the first things that you want to do when you come into a game is, you know, look at your berries, admire them. You can use the pasture tool for animals too. I I guess I might as well, right? I might as well just like, because it's all in one area, but it's just so much. But yeah, so if we do this, it should protect the animals too. I just don't like doing it because it looks really ghetto, but it will keep them happy. And then over here, you can see we have and all those trees. Over here, you can actually just straight up see the berries, so we'll protect the berries too. There we go, 128, 128. And this is actually kind of nice because we have like a little bit of a hammerhead to the perfect city build. I don't even think anyone will ever get a start this good. Oh no, it did move the animals now. It did move the animals now. Okay, so that sucks. That's why I never used to do it. Okay. Yeah, you used to be, so the animals are still there. But the icon moved. I wonder if it keeps them there though. It's so weird. All right, so let's watch this real quick. So I think they stay there. Okay. So perfect city. Let's just put it back up. Let's just put it back up. Yeah. I don't like any part of this. We're gonna restart. I really just don't like I'm already off to a bad start. So this is why I don't do that stuff. Because I always end up eating myself. All right. Strong. Oops. No. We're going with Strong Man. Strong Man is a really good dude. Yeah, I don't want to start a city build off with that many mistakes. So normal difficulty. I don't want to get a good setup either. I want to show people that with the crappiest setup you could build this city. That's way too strong of a starting point for that. But yeah, with all the bugs that there are. Okay, cool. Look at this. This is actually even better. This is way better. We have the best farmland in the game, which means we can make a much prettier city. Okay. Oh. What the shit? Okay. No, we're way okay. This is so weird. Okay, now we're good. My UI was all messed up because I was in another region. All right, so berries over here, animals over here. coolness right here. This is actually kind of cool because we can build up into the mountains. We have a rich iron deposit, and yes, we have the best farmland in the game. So we don't really even have to think. This means we're going to be able to get all the barley. But this is actually too OP of a start. I want to show you how to take the shittiest start and turn it into the best setup, okay? So I don't want to be called Bart. We're going to be Stronkman again. I'm actually rolling for the worst map I can possibly get because that setup is just too easy and you won't have as good of a time. I want to show you how to make enough alcohol production on a barren landscape. So a lot of the advanced things I want to show you, because if you can do this on the worst map, that means you can do it on the best map. You see what I'm saying? All right, this is actually really, really cool. Look at this. We started on a cliffside. This is a beautiful location. All right, we do have rich wild berries. I'm going to allow it because it's fine. We have a rich iron deposit, which is underground apparently. And we got stone. We got everything we need. Okay, cool. This is great. This is going to be beautiful. And you're not going to need, you're not even going to need a rich wild berry deposit for the build I'm about to show you because you can easily get away with the 400. Okay, so 2 things. We do not want to scare the animals away. We do want to secure our berry deposit. Let's do a little bit of a skirt. So I'm using the farmhouse because it's a big building, and you can see the berries are highlighted in red. All right, so we have a general idea of where all the berries are, and then I always just do a perimeter scan to make sure I didn't miss anything. Cool, we're good. All right, and then with the animals, what I do is I just put a circle around it. This makes sure that if people are walking around in this area, they tend to take the pathfinding. People will scare animals out, and so will buildings. Deer will run away from buildings and people. So be really careful about that. Okay, so for the perfect city design, we're going to do something like this, which is going to run a parallel, and this is grand. So I'm going to put a road here. We're going to put a road this way. All right, so starting off, we have a good start here. We even have our industry right here. So this is going to be interesting. I'm going to have to build around everything that I have. For the perfect start, you want to build everything around your starting area. We're going to shoot to get our first family by the 1st of May. Okay. All right. So the first things that we want to do is just start getting up the basics. We want to get a hitching post. You want to make sure that you order your ox from the second hitching post you build. If you order an ox from this hitching post, it gets really glitched out. So we're going to get that up, and then we also want to get up our logging camp. Now we've protected the berries, so we can actually place our logging camp right here. In the beginning of the game, we're trying to keep things pretty close together, but we also want to build to the design that we're going to do. So what I think I'm going to do, yeah, every map is a little unique. I'm trying to think about how I want to do this. Okay, we have to be very careful. So let's look at the land. Primarily, we want to look at where barley is. So any yellow like this, we can grow barley on. If it has 40% fertility, you can grow barley. We have very few barley. We'll most likely have to rely on heavy trade. But this area right here is perfect. It will offset our cost if I have more down there. Emmer fertility. We have a big swath down here. This is actually great. You can see over here, we're going to have all of our farming. So let me look one more time. Barley. Okay. So we have a pretty distinct mark right here that this whole area is just going to be dedicated farmland. That gives us this whole thing right here to play with. So the stone and the clay will need to be removed. The iron deposit right here. Right now I'm just kind of tracing out how I'm going to build everything. So iron deposit right here. We're going to just kind of give ourselves a mental note of where we do not want to build things. I'm going to circle it. I'll destroy that road at a later point. This is fine for logging for now, and then we can move it somewhere later. But we want to keep everything as close as possible. Okay. Trying to think right now. All right. Logging camp. So I'm going to actually place it pretty close to myself. They'll start hauling logs to it, which is really annoying. I'm going to place it right here. Okay. So we're going to get that up. So we want to get our houses up as soon as possible. We have the berries here. This stuff is all in the way of where I want to place the initial setup. So on this map, you are kind of limited in how much spacing you have. So let me see. Boom. We're gonna do a modified design here. I go north. Okay. So pause the game, of course. This right here is gonna be the north part of the build. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Okay. So, man, I wish I could move this stuff a little bit, but I'm just trying to make sure that we don't waste our time on any of these areas. Okay, boom, boom. That means this guy's gonna go here. This guy's gonna go here. 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 Okay. We're gonna have a square in the middle. Boom, boom. The middle's gonna be a little bit bigger and wonky. So I want to get my houses up in these areas. We're gonna go straight for it. So I'm gonna move this ever so slightly. So yeah, let's get some of the house plot designs up. Okay. This is good. This is good. We're actually going to be putting houses in these two columns right here in this design. Houses are going to go sideways. So we're in really good shape already. We can build all of our houses this way. Forgot about that. I need to put roads here. All right, cool. So I have... Corpse pits are the perfect length for everything. So as long as I got the center section right, we're in good shape. This is where the granaries and marketplaces and all that stuff's going to go. And this is where multiple housing is going to go down the sides, kind of like the shield design. Sorry, I just have to trace everything out. We're in really good shape. I'm going to leave the corpse pits up, but pause them so that people do not build them. Perfect. Okay, so we have our housing plots all out for the design, so we're not going to have to destroy or remove anything. I'm going to place the logging camp right here. We're going to set this to high priority. We're going to set the hitching post to the highest priority. All right, and let them go. Now, I don't place anything else down because when I do, the ox will start dragging logs to other buildings, and I want the ox to start dragging the logs over to the logging camp first. And then once this hitching post is up, we're going to hit pause, order the ox. Now that the order of operations has started, we can place down the next two important buildings, which is going to be the granary and the storehouse. So the central area here, do a little bit better job. We're going to connect these sides. I'm kind of doing this all in my head, so I do apologize if I have to do other stuff. Okay, cool. So this is good. We're going to do a square in the middle, so I can place my storehouse here. Eventually, this is going to be a firewood-only storehouse. And we can place our granary right here. Actually, let's do it like this. Okay, and then... Yeah, we're going to have a line in the middle. And then right between all of them is going to be a market stall location. We want... Okay, so we're going to need a lot more than this, and that's fine. We're going to have other granaries. 9 stall locations. That gives us enough for 2 for firewood. And we're going to have 3 food types. So we need 6. Okay, so we have 1 more market stall than we need. Perfect. This works out great. So you're going to need at least 8. 9, I think 9 is a good number for it. Okay, cool. So, now we're going to do this here. Get ourselves a little bit of a line. And then up here is going to be apiaries. If we can fit a well, we'll fit a well. I want to put at least 8 apiaries right here. Let's see if we can put a well. We don't need a well. Okay, cool, we can. We're going to put a well here, but we don't need the well until we're going to tier 2. So it's just going to distract people from getting their jobs done. So granary, storehouse, that's to get shit off the ground. Okay? Want to get that stuff off the ground ASAP.
There's no hovel.
Perfect.
Tomorrow, find a new home.
All right, yeah, so don't put the granary or storehouse down until you see the ox start dragging logs to the logging camp. He gets kind of turned around. We want to get this up as fast as possible. Shit, did I put pause on these dudes? Okay. I almost messed up there. Perfect. Yeah, this isn't a perfect 2 right up top, but that's okay. That's actually okay. We'll just have some mini dudes. This will be fine. There's actually a lot of ways we can do this too. Maybe I'll just have to come up with a new design. I actually have an idea. So I just came up with something in my head. What if I just do a circle plot like that? We could do something. We'll come up with something new. I kind of just wanted to show people how I like go about the process of discovery and stuff like that. So nothing is ever perfect, unfortunately. Even though this is called Perfect City, it's more of like modular thinking, modular design. Okay, logging camp up, two going. We're gonna get the storehouse granary up as fast as possible. Now I've placed everything as close as humanly possible to my starting resources. This is essential if you want to get your first person by the 1st of May. Others can do this by the 1st of April. I have tried, and I've gotten really close, but it is a little difficult. At least for me, it's a little difficult. Okay, I'm just making sure they're not building out these corpse pits. Okay. All right, and so at this point, we have our berries, we have our wild animals, everything is dialed in. We definitely want to get some kind of upper. So I'm going to modify my design. I think what we're going to do is do some benders. So people are asking, do you have something smaller than the Brondo? Yeah, it's the original bender. And it's a wonderful thing. But the concept here is the same. It's a centralized area for food production. So yeah, let's just screw it. We're going back to elementary school today. We're going to go back to kindergarten. And we're going to do some really, really basic shapes. Because we can definitely do it. And let me see what I got here. I'm going to need to redo this. If I can get this correct, you can see that there's some berry bushes right here. So we're going to have one wonky bender, and that's okay. Bender can, so you can see the bushes. We want to avoid the bushes. We're going to have one wonky bender. Okay, we did not destroy the bushes. I was scared. So we got a bush over here. You can see the berry bushes. They're beautiful. And we need to protect them at all costs. I'm going to do a little bit out. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're well within the realm. So one wonky bender is not going to be bad. Okay. You can see we still have 128 out of 128. This berry bush is just right in the zone. That abundance of precaution, though. I'm going to do something like this. Okay, cool. So this upper area now is going to be an additional place that we can do more granaries, and we're going to definitely do another granary up here. So we have plenty of room for all of our honey production, and we have the sides for buildings, and we have an industry section that's going to come off this way, and if I need more room I can go the other direction too. So now we're going to put one person in the granary, one person in the storehouse. We're going to look at our wood. We have 2 wood. We're going to proc our first double burgage plot. It's actually a lot easier to do 2, and that's kind of annoying. I'm going to wait. So let's wait till we get 4 wood. Perfect. And then they're going to give us some beautiful messages about how we're all going to die. And we're going to just ignore them. Perfect. Okay, this is actually going pretty decent for me. Pretty decent. Yeah, everybody's doing a great job. You can see how efficient it is when you put things really, really, really close. We're just trying to get all this stuff off the ground. Once it's all off the ground, we're going to pull these guys back, and we're going to focus on getting houses up. We have 5 timber now. So you need 4 timber per. We're going to build our 2 double burgage plots, like so. That's why the course bit's just stupid. It's like perfect for a lot of reasons. Like I said, it's exactly 2 double burgage plots with a backyard extension. One of the most efficient measurements of the burgage plots. And they're having a good time over there, so we're doing great. So we don't want to use any more wood. All of our wood we want dialed in, right? And we also want to get meat going. So I'm going to put our meat guy right here. And he's close enough. And so we're going to get that second type of food. And so it is March 19th. Yeah, it's really hard to get all your houses built up and everything in a short period of time. I've not been able to do it. All right, so let's get those guys going. And then we're just going to sit right here. See, this is where it gets wonky. The point system is annoying. We're going to have to turn off snap to road to do this. It's so weird the way that this game works sometimes. It's, okay. So if I start with snap to road, helps. Go. There we go. Okay. That's perfect. So let's speed this up. All right. Speed, speed, speed. All right. Everything is off the ground. So they will eat out of the granary. So we don't need anybody inside of these stalls anymore. So now I have 3 families dialed in on helping to build all these houses up. We're going to expand the living space. Yeah, so see, I'd have to have all this done by the 1st of April. So if you have 50%, you get 1 person on the 1st of the month. If you have 75% approval rating, you get a second family on the 15th or 16th of the month. I can't remember. Well, I mean, I've almost done it before, but I'd have to have all of these guys up by the 1st of April, and I'd have to have that 50%. I just can't do it. Other players can, and it's insane that they can. I've only been able to get the May start so far. So if I can't teach something, I don't. It can be done, but I can't do it, so I don't know how I could. I could definitely make a guide on how to do it, but I can't do it myself. So I could get a video of someone who knows how to do it, but it's pretty freaking hard. Okay, so we have 2 timber. There we go. So all of these are going to be expanded, but I mean, it's really easy to get your 6th family. Okay. Once these guys are done, I mean, these are good spots for everybody. This is a good spot for everybody. It's a beautiful setup here. I guess we could put the church right up here, too. All right, so now that we have everything expanding, we're going to want to get our berries up. I kind of want to put the church in this area right here. I probably will. We're going to need 3 foragers. We have snap to road off. Snap to road off is actually pretty good for lining things up. So forager, yeah. Forager. And then this should snap perfectly in. Forager. Cool. 3 foragers, and if I did this correctly, I should have, yep, perfect. Church right there. Now the ale house is going to go into, the ale will go into here, which will be closer to where it's being grown anyway. All right, beautiful thing. So everything is getting up. We have enough room for all of our families. So now it's time to start tracing out our benders. These plots here are going to be a bit wonky, as you can see. Let's get that up. So we're going to have to do something a little odd here. And get rid of this road. We'll put the road back later. Oh, look at that. It goes right to where the bend is. So these benders will in fact not be wonky benders. So we're going to do 3x2 worth of corpse pits right here. And we might have to move the logging camp. I'm going to pause real quick. Okay. We'll move that logging camp eventually, but that fit way too nice. All right, so we're going to do... Now, I broke a rule because I did not align... What you want to do is make sure that you're aligned like this. Corner to corner, and everything is straight. These aren't too bad. The one thing I like about the benders, though, is they are far more forgiving than other plots. So, do I want the house here and the house here, or do I want the house here and here? I think we're going to do an inverse bender. And I have enough. So, yeah, we're going to build our first bender. Go this corner, third point here, fourth point there. Yeah, so you can see when you don't build corner to corner aligned, you get different snap points. Sometimes they can be a little tricky, but overall they're gonna do a pretty good job, and it's not too difficult. Right there, yeah, look at that. That's perfect. So that's a bender. This is 3 corpse pits, so 45 per corpse pit. So yeah, we're doing pretty good. We're gonna have a couple sets of these. But this is the shield design update. Basically, this is the shield 3.0. I'm still working on some more unique things that I could do to make it look pretty. Looking pretty is really important. We're gonna put 1 person into berries. It is April 2nd. We're gonna put 1 person into the granary. Okay, and that should get us to our 50%. Hopefully, I may have been talking too much, but I think we'll get it in.
Summer's coming soon, and soon the beating sun.
We're gonna pull 1 person out of the logging camp. Focus on building. All right, we got 2 types of food now. That should give me my approval bonus. Come on, get me my approval bonus. Okay, 50%. We did it. All right. Next thing we need to do is put someone into the hunting camp. So we can continue to have that second food bonus. And we're going to get our first veggie plot up. Expand the living space. So this is the bender. It optimizes travel distance. Very, very quick. And this will have 4 families in it. I'm going to be honest, with a 4-family bender, you really can have them do any job. It doesn't take them long to harvest the bender. You can technically get a burgage plot that gets 700 veggies, but that family will never do anything else but harvest. One of the reasons I like benders is that it's just enough to be useful, but it's not so much that that family becomes inefficient in doing other jobs. Like, technically speaking, they could probably even do like a warehouse or a granary. Right, we're at 51% on the 1st of May. We didn't... The 14th of... Okay, well, I screwed up. Okay, that's fine. I've had issues where the approval fluctuates. It doesn't matter. I mean, we're gonna do fine. It's kind of hard because I'm trying to dial in a design, and when you try to do a design, you typically have a little bit of a rocky start. But we're gonna do okay here. My dignity has been shattered though, but we've got it going on. We've got it going on. We got 3 available living spaces. Let's slow down just a tad bit though. Honestly, the best rich deposit in the game is probably iron. I don't focus too heavily on trade yet because they're gonna do a massive trade overhaul. So I didn't like. when I go in on a topic, I go all in, and so I haven't really cared to explore trade, as I think that they may even change like the cost and export cost and how much things are worth. But a rich iron deposit is by far one of the better ones, but you're gonna have to go in the deep mining, and that's 2 points. My builds typically I go orchards. If I want bread, I go into rye. I don't think you need to do this because you can combine food types to hit the 4 food variety now. So I don't need to grow a ton of bread. I just need to grow enough bread, and that can easily be done. So orchards, apples for sure. So that's 1. Beekeeping for sure. That's 2. Those are your 2 food types right there. Trade, better deals, 3, 4. Charcoal burning, and then deep core mining would be 6. So if you want to go into iron, I would go apples, honey, trade logistics, better deals, charcoal burning, deep mining. And charcoal is actually, if you do go into deep mining and you're making iron, you can use charcoal is really efficient for industrial builds. So it does make sense to actually get charcoal. Now a firewood splitter can do a pretty good job. So all right, I got to slow down though and focus on the build. Okay. So we can potentially do eggs here, but I'm not sure if I want to do them yet because I don't want my granary workers to be overwhelmed. All right, we have an enormous amount of timber. So the next thing that we want to do is we want to get a saw pit up. I'm going to be moving some of this stuff around. And we want the saw pit up so that we can get a church up. Once we get a church up, we can pretty much hold the line as far as approval goes. So I'm going to put the saw pit right next to the storehouse for now. And eventually I'm going to move that all over here. So we're in good shape. Okay. And we don't need firewood yet. We're not getting a negative from not having firewood. You only get a negative when it's cold. I'm going to pull this family out and put them just one step closer. Animals are down to 13. I'm going to pull this individual out for now. We have 11 meat, 68 berries. Veggies will start coming in small amounts. And these corpse pits are not paused. Make sure you pause your corpse pits. Okay. Always scares me. Okay, we're good. All right, perfect. How do I post and stream so much? It's called being a workaholic. I have a 9-to-5 job, so I do this on the side. Okay, saw pit up. We got our 6 family on the 1st of June. Now in the saw pit, we want to go to advanced tab. We want to go to timber. We're gonna set this to 5 reserve timber, so we have 5 timber before it starts making boards. That's how much we need for the church. Planks, I'm gonna set this to something pretty light, like 100 for now. Okay. All right. So now we're gonna shoot for the church, and that's gonna go right there. We have 11 timber, so it should be pretty good. But you can see boards are really annoying to move. So I'm happy to have the logs brought to the saw pit personally. I find it just to be a lot nicer on my sanity. Okay, so we have 10 boards. We need just a few more. 20 boards. Okay. Oh, we got our 20 boards. So now we're going to get the church up. All right, so I want everyone to focus on building this church. So I'm actually going to pull everybody out of the logging camp. I'm going to pull these guys out of the saw pit. They got to haul the stone by hand. They got to haul the planks by hand. Everything is dialed in around this area. So we're doing great. All right, let's speed this up. Once we get the church up, we don't even need 2 food types. So essentially, we just needed the 2 food types to get the family members. So that's why the church is honestly the most important thing to build. Also, we're going to need additional stone, and we're going to need additional boards. We're going to want to get the manor up next. I like to rush these things if possible. So let me think real quick. We're going to need stone. And the stone is right next to us. Cool. We need 4 more boards to do that too. Cool. Alright, once we move this logging camp later on, this will all be grand. The inefficiency here, though, is that the granary workers are going to have to travel a further distance to get everything here. But, to be honest, I don't think it's too crazy big of a deal. It could definitely be better.
This is heavier than it looks.
Definitely be better. But, you know, it's good enough. There we go. See how crisp that is? That's the bender, one of the easiest things to do. And you can see I'm not centered at all on these benders. So the benders are a lot more forgiving. All right. Get this road back up. Get this road. There we go. Okay, we got our first point, which means we have our spear units. We're going to put it right into orchards. And let me take a gander. Bandit camp up below us. Okay. So once I get 20 individuals in my army, we're going to go take the bandit camp. So we need to just focus on getting families in here. We have 2 available living spaces. Okay, this is up. Second veggie plot. Expand. Perfect, perfect. Keep it going. All right. We're doing great. We're gonna need about 7 families to get all 880 berries. So there's 11 procs that start in March and they go rapidly fast. So you have to have a ton of families for those first months that this is procking to get the full 880 berries. The normal deposit is 440. So it's 40 there are 11 ticks of 40 and 11 ticks of 80. That's why I say this forest management does not increase those ticks. It increases the capacity, but it's irrelevant. If you have enough families, you can quickly harvest all the berries. So all this does is make it so that I need like maybe 1 less family member, but it washes out. Like it's a waste of a skill point for now. I have a feeling that they're eventually going to tie the proc to it though. All right, we're running out of fuel. They're using the fuel even though it now, so woodcutter, we're going to want to get up a woodcutter. This is actually an ideal location for a woodcutter over here. So we're going to do that. We're going to get a new logging camp up. This is where things are going to get a little dicey. Because once I put logging camps over here, it's going to hurt. We're going to just like kind of continue to deforest this area right now. But I am tempted to get in our logging camp up. But let's get a little bit more done here before I do that. And then delete this road. It's a little wonkified, I know. Beautiful, beautiful. Corpse pit. Corpse pit. We're just gonna leave out that one corpse pit because it's not snapping right. Perfect. So we have it going this way. We're going to do an inverse over here then. That one's going to look a little weird. It's because of the berry patch. We just have to be a little weird about it. 28. Just go into the corner, put your 3rd point in that corner, boom. Perfect every time. Alright, veggies here. We'll do apples down there. Perfect. Yeah, this should all run together pretty well. But one person actually, yeah, well, I really do actually want to move this. I think it's time. So another issue that I've had on this map, yeah, we don't have enough goods. Another issue I've had on this map is, for some reason, they don't like the King's Road for pathfinding. So what I've been doing is just kind of doing my own thing. Like this. And that's fixed a lot of weird pathfinding issues I've had with the ox on this map. Alright, we have 4 free families. We're going to go back into hunting. We're going to let the woodcutter build up. I also need to now... yeah, let's put 2 into the logging camp. Got the granary going. Nobody in the storehouse. We're good. Alright, let's keep going. Perfect, perfect. Alright, let's speed this bad boy up. Okay, make sure the corpse pits are paused. This is probably the most annoying part, is just pausing all the corpse pits. But we're gonna only go to 40 burgage plots. I honestly, anything over 40, you start to lose money. You become less efficient. So there really is not too much of an incentive. Also, the tavern, I was mistaken. It supplies 50 burgage plots, not 100. The tooltip is wrong, it looks like people are saying. And it makes sense because the max storage on a large tavern is 50. So a tavern with an overstock of 10 is going to supply a perfect 40 burgage plots. So 40 does seem to be like the Goldilocks zone. And quite honestly, 40 families in tier 2 burgage plots is crazy. It's an enormous amount of families. You're going to have a hard time finding jobs for everybody. Okay, so we have 3 individuals. We've built everything up now. Let's start dialing things in. So I'm going to get the saw pit going. There we are. That going. Woodcutter's Lodge. We're going to get that going. We have 8 families total with 4 open rooms. Perfect, perfect. I want to get families in on these areas so they start, yeah, getting the agriculture going. Between the berries and the veggies, we'll have multiple food types. They stole my leather. We're going to get the leather stuff going here momentarily. It looks like I'm going to have my industry kind of centered around this area here. So we can now get rid of this circle-y road. And yes, you can fit up to even 3, I've been told, mines. I don't need 3 mines. I found 1 mine is far more than sufficient. So I don't personally do it, but you can do it. Just to let you know. But yeah, this will be perfect. So we'll have that area there. We do need to now get... we have the 1 individual in the saw pit. We need to get all this stone off the ground. So we're going to do that next. Put it right here. And I eventually want to upgrade this storehouse. And I eventually want to upgrade this granary. We're going to need another granary. I don't really foresee wanting more than 8 or 9 apiaries. Although we could trade the honey, so having more always helps. Yeah, the pathfinding on the river map is pretty darn bad. The pathfinding here has some issues, but for most parts, it's probably not as bad as other maps. Okay, cool. We got meat. We got berries. I think we can probably take the individual out of the hunting camp. And we're going to take the individual out of the berries for now. I don't like to micromanage this. I like a set it and forget it kind of approach. But in the beginning, you do have to kind of micromanage things. And then once this is up, we're going to place 2 people into stone to quickly get stone back up. We have the industry area here. So we're going to have our mine kind of in this zone right here. Let me just make sure this lines up before I go crazy. It does not line up. I guess I should actually just build it so that I don't have to worry about it later. Okay, cool. We're just going to do the 1. Like I said, I am really not needing to do more than 1, in my opinion. You are definitely welcome to break away from that opinion. But yeah, I've just never found it to be that critical. So the next thing that I want to do is move like the saw pit and things like that over there. I want to have room for 1 more granary here, I think. So we're gonna replace the saw pit. Now we can't, oh, we can move the saw pit, thank God. They like changed around some of the stuff you can and can't move. Like I said, I like to have the saw pit closer to the storehouse than the camps, because if they have to go get boards from all the way down here, they're gonna walk it one by one. They literally carry boards one by one. So storehouses are, it's better to have the logs brought to the saw pit, in my opinion. It's just way more efficient. Again, you're welcome to break away from anything that you disagree with. I'm not telling anybody what to do. I'm telling you like what I do, and you like it, use it. If you don't like it, don't use it. I don't really want to argue with anybody about this stuff, so I just want people to be a little perceptive about like I'm not really interested in having an argument. Okay, logging camp over there. I get a lot of comments, and so I like productive conversations that go over like proper technique and all that kind of stuff. But preference is not something that I like to debate. Not very useful. It's just not a useful thing to do with your time. Like trying to convince someone to like black licorice. You know what I mean? It's kind of psychotic. Because black licorice is terrible. No, but it's you know, it's an opinion. All right, cool. We're gonna get the granary up. Perfect. So we're gonna be able to fit so 1 2 3 4 5 6. So we're gonna have 12 and 12. That's 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. That leaves 8 burgage plots that we can use for production buildings. So we'll have one over here, one over there, one over there. I think that's pretty good. But yeah, you should all go out and buy lots of black licorice, and no, I'm not heavily invested in black licorice related stocks. That's what I should definitely be doing with my platform, is like subliminal messaging to convince people to prop up the companies that I own stock in. I've been underutilizing my channel. Okay, we have a lot of families, so we've built up the majority of everything that we need. Let's see, do I have, sorry, user interface, 18. All right, I need one more family to come in. We can either try to steal this bandit camp from the king when he tries to kill it. Ooh, there's one right above us. That's perfect. We can take these outlaws into our territory and get a bonus. So we're going to do that. Man, I could kill them right now. Oh, I want to. Okay. We'll wait though. I'll be diligent. But yeah, now the unfortunate thing about moving anything is that you have to deal with the supply issue. So we're going to want to get a well up now. The peasants don't need water. I don't know why. To live. They only need it to make nicer houses. So it's kind of weird. I really don't think that that's going to be the case going down the line. I should be able to fit quite a bit of apiaries in here. But yeah, we're going to use kind of a simplistic design. This is not pretty. It's rudimentary. But I wanted to show people how to organize this stuff with the new mechanics. So this is kind of a modified shield design. Instead of having the chickens going this way, though, they're going down the sides. And what you could do with a situation like this is, I was thinking about, I'm working on a new plot that's gonna be just one house here. But I couldn't get it to work without, I mean, I can get it to work, but it takes about like 20 minutes per plot, and I try not to show people things that they can't use. Okay, cool. So the woodcutter is doing a good job. We're going to put one individual into the storehouse now. We're getting closer to winter. Yeah, winter starts in December. So I have 2 months before people start freezing. We have the church up. We have 2 more living facilities. We have a lot to do. This is really inefficient, but it's just the map. This is just the way the map is. So sometimes you have to, you know, there are variables that you can't account for in any build. But we're doing great. The granary is going to get up here pretty soon. We got 2 individuals in the stone camp. I just want to get all of this stone out of the way so that I can build. The clay deposit's not in the way, but this is. Okay. Animals are growing. Nice. Got 5 families. I think I need to start utilizing these families, but I'm going to let them keep going because we do have a lot of things being constructed far away. How many boards do I have? 4. Pitching posts. Cool. Yeah, we're going to have a bit of an inefficiency until I can get this remedied. I might even put the trade post right here. I should probably put the trade post. Nah, that's pretty close. Yeah, this is a good place. Like, right here, we're going to have a tavern. Yep. And then we're going to have a trading post. I think we can actually fit it all. I have 11. Okay. Tavern. That's pretty cool. Sorry, that's the trade post. And the tavern. Perfect. And a line. Beautiful. I'm going to pause both of these. I don't need them yet, but I wanted to get them up. And then we can do individual burgage plots right here for any kind of production, or we can do production here. I'm going to have one for booze at least. We have 2 free living spaces. We got to monitor that. Do I have my 20 men? Okay, we got our 20 dudes. We're going to go get some money. Want to be careful. I don't want to scare my animals away. Ugh. Darn animals. Okay. Just not go near the animals. Can't scare them. They're easily spooked. It's annoying. Okay. Cool. We got everything over here hammered out. The stone is almost gone. I want to get my apple burgage plots all queued. And these don't have to be perfect. Just try to do well enough. Okay, we're going to do an inverse here. Beautiful. Yeah, we're going to do... That's so weird. We're going to do into the corner here. That is the worst I've ever seen. To the corner. Yeah, not terrific. Okay. Into the corner. Try the 3rd point. There we go. That is a beautiful bender. Perfect. Like I said, that's what I like about the benders, man. They're just so much more malleable. I stream, you're asking what I stream on? I stream at 30,000 kilobytes per second or 30 megabytes per second. I have fiber optic internet. I have 1,000 up and down megabits. Which wasn't something I could do until recently when I moved and finally got fiber optic internet. So I stream in 2K. I stream at 2K resolution. Okay, we're at 5 of 5. And all my video quality is 2K. All right, we're going to put 2 families over here. 2K seems to be perfect for YouTube. 4K, the file sizes are too large. 2K also, if people watch it 1080p, you upload it 2K, it looks better. Oh shit, they're coming for me. Okay, so I was able to get them to come to me, and that's perfect because I have stamina. So we want to put our guys too thick. Someone told me about this, so that was a mistake I was making. Don't spread them out too much. Have them back to back 2 tiles like this. Put yourself into stand your ground. This will reduce the charge damage of the outlaws. And then once they hit, we're going to double click on them to push forward. You don't want to stay and stand your ground. Stand your ground doubles your defense, but reduces attack frequency. And in the long run, you will lose people if you don't break out of it. But it really helps absorb that charge damage. Alright, here they come. Okay, so now the charge is over. We're going to push forward. Now, hopefully we don't lose anybody. I typically will lose between 1 to 2 people. So we're just going to push forward. They're all having a good time. Alright, we killed a couple. They're starting to drop like flies now. There we go. There we go. This is a good one. Nice. We didn't lose a single person. Perfect. And that was because we put our guys exactly too deep. So that's the trick to not losing anybody. Too deep. You stand your ground to absorb the charge, and then push forward as soon as they have finished charging. Okay. So we're going to go get that money. There we are. Okay. We're doing the Lord's work. We got it going on. Beautiful. Let's get this gentleman situated. Perfect. I can now... Yeah, they're starting to build corpse pits. It gets a little chaotic having to pause so many corpse pits, but that's just the way it is. There we go. Perfect. Got our 2 apples. So now we want to get our apples. They won't yield until the 4th and 5th year, depending upon when you place them. So I just tell people 4 to 5 years. 5 years is very conservative. It's about how long it usually takes. All right, we're in good shape. All right, we have 3 free families. These pits over here. So yeah, these corner plots are pretty inefficient in terms of spacing, but we'll see if they hold up. We'll see if they can do it. Not enough goods. Okay, cool. All right. So we're gonna, if I were smart, I would give it to the treasury, but I'm greedy. So I'm gonna give it to me so I can start building everything out. We're gonna put these guys onto walk, and we're gonna walk our way up to this next bandit camp. All right, so we have enough to do our apple plots now. Let's speed this up. Man, we got... Oh, wow. I got a lot of money. Okay, we have a lot of families not doing jack all. Let's see what we got. Animals are pretty crap. We're going to put a dude here. Let's get the tannery up now that we have a lot of resources. Enough goods. Okay. This is going to cause some issues having to go all the way down here. Let's see what I can do. There's no routes. This is a beautiful spot, and this was something I had an issue with. I may end up putting one house down here just to have the families closer to their jobs. It's really not a bad idea. Not a good idea either, because they have to go get firewood and all that. But yeah, it's an unfortunate consequence of this map. Okay, we're doing fine. All right. Well, let's just let him go. We have more than enough money for a lot of the things. Let's get the veggies started. 3 people. 3 people down there. Stone cutters are done. Get rid of this. Cool. We can actually start looking at other things. I'm wondering if I should... I want to leave some of this for the firewood. This map does not have a lot of wood, so you gotta be a little careful there. Kind of scary. Not gonna lie. But we'll do what we have to do. 4 planks. Perfect. We need to get clay tiles going at some point here soon. But let's focus on getting housing up. Perfect. Alright, we're in position. So now we're going to do the same thing we did before. Keep everybody 2 tiles together. Look at our fatigue. Fatigue is good. We do not want to be in the woods. We'll get a negative. You can come down and hit tab. You can see they have negatives. We have a good cohesion bonus. There we go. They're going to make me charge them. Now, the behavior of bandits has changed. Sometimes they come to you, and sometimes they don't now. So you have to taunt them. Climbing. That's interesting. Okay, they're jerks. They're trying to make me screw up. So yeah, we're gonna approach them. Yeah, that's kind of mean. They're just like They're not even taking me serious, man. Just slowly approach until they get the message that I'm super serious. Okay. I don't like this because we want to keep our formation. We're just going to keep lightly approaching. Make sure you're too deep like this. Really reduces casualties. I'm just going to try to kill a few of them. Okay. We're going to let them kind of wander in. Nice. There we go. Now they're going to finally engage me. This is scary. We're just going to have to brawl it out. This is not... Yeah, so that tactic doesn't always work now. We're just going to have to be brawlers. We might lose this dude over here who broke formation. I'm okay losing people, though. Once we get this camp, we'll have enough to hire mercenaries. Alright, we lost one individual. We're probably going to lose one more. We might even lose two more if we don't route them soon. Let's speed this up. Okay, we lost two individuals. Yeah. Yep. So we want to send this to our treasury. Alright, we're going to pull back our men now. It's okay that we lost two. We have 199 in our treasury, which means that we can hire mercenaries to take on the wave of bandits that's going to come to us. We don't have to worry too much about weapons or anything else. Beautiful. All right. We're in really good shape. For some reason, our storehouse is not doing a good job. There's something weird going on with our woodcutter. Yeah, our woodcutter got glitched out. That's weird. We need to remedy this as soon as possible. We'll do that real quick. Not a big deal. Sometimes you're just going to have to respond to, situations. All right, orchard. Orchard. Get them going. Orchards, like I said, are going to take quite a bit of time to get up. It's going to do fine for us. Perfect. We have 2 free living spaces. Get everybody... Oh, it's because people were out fighting. Joy. Okay. Well, we got it going on now. 1 month worth of fuel. Okay. Go. Yeah, it's because we didn't have the families out working. All right, we're going to go back to 1. Whoa, what did that say? Oh, they're mourning. A couple people died. So they're all sad. Let's see. It says I have 4 planks down here. Doing some weird stuff. I want to get a house. I want to get a double burgage plot up right here if I can. So the people are back now. It's just such a long travel time. Yeah, you don't want to build more than 40 burgage plots, in my opinion. It's just 40. I would even argue 40 is potentially too much. I got 6 fans. Cool. To be honest. All right, cool. We're gonna start gathering clay. We're gonna put 1 person on the saw pit. I'm not gonna do any mining quite yet. Let's just keep going. And I guess 3 people. We're actually gonna build another logging camp so that you don't have to put people in a logging camp, but it's the only building that can store logs. So if you want to mass store logs, especially when you're in down passive time, really beneficial. Oh, we're gonna get 2 of those bad boys up. All right, and we're gonna start building out more houses. Corner to corner. Worst one I've ever seen. Now this will increase the granary, because the granary is going to have to walk around all the way over here. But this is still pretty darn efficient. We're going to have quite a bit of granary workers here. We should be okay. And yeah, we need to get leather up now. Let's start upgrading hitching post and get another ox. Get a couple more ox, actually. And let's get the ox right here. We're just gonna kind of line this area with hitching posts. We're gonna need a lot. All right, so I'm gonna let those 5 families go down there and build up a lot of that stuff. And we need to get these burgage plots out next. So veggies, bump. Cool. I'm using the majority of my free families right now. You're like, why do you have so many free families? A lot of these guys are being utilized for building, so I'm just trying to get things up quick. All right, let's slow down just a tad bit. Pause the game so that I don't get all weird. It always gets really weird when you have a bunch of corpse pits being built. Oof. Yeah, that was way too close. Okay, cool. Beautiful. All right, and then I'm just going to take this down the line. Do an inverse. Wait a minute. Yeah. So you can see I'm inversing these to make them look cool. So I'm not using the exact same design. I mean, it is the same design, but different directions. I think it makes it look really neat. There we go. That's pretty good. That looks straight. All right. The corner in. Not good enough. Take it from the corner out. Was still not good enough. Okay. Wider corner in. There we go. That did it. That's about as good as it gets right there. Perfect. I think it's because of the bend in the road right there. But that's okay. Cool. So we got ourselves all that stuff done. Okay. And we got a burgage plot down here. This is where all the logging camp families are going to live. I think it's just going to help speed things up. Let's get another ox. We just need to continue to order ox. We have 94 coins. We need a little bit more. That means that we're going to get trade post up, and I'm going to start dialing in families for wild berries. We're going to start trading berries. Now, if you don't get an established trade route, there are certain things that you can sell and trade. So someone asked me to go over trade. I will go over the basics on trade once this trade post is up. There are some things that I can explain that will be beneficial to you. And we'll go from there. Okay, small stable. Perfect. All right, we have 8 available living spaces that need to go up. So I'm going to leave these 5 families to help build all that. Again, we took a bit of a kick in the ass when I had to put all my wood production down here, but that's just where the logs are, and I want to keep what we have over here for Woodcutter's Lodge. But we do want to probably start thinking about the future, and the future is going to involve the Forester Hut. Bandit camp was sighted. All right, I am interested in taking that bandit camp, but I'm going to hold off for now because it's really far away, and I need people to get back to work. All right, we're good. We're going to probably need another granary stall here momentarily. We're going to stop at 20 burgage plots because when you go to 21, you need an additional amount of markets and everything. All right, we'll be ready. And so, yeah, we're going to have some weird offshoots. But this is kind of like, this is the core modification of the shield into the new game mechanics using benders. It's pretty simplistic. Should do the trick. If you're looking for an introduction to the game, an introductory build, this is definitely one that's going to serve you. Okay. And we got the well up. This will serve 15 burgage plots. We're going to upgrade this for 30. I mean, we're going to place more wells. Now, well placement does matter because there's 2 things in the game that people actually travel for. Water and firewood. That's why I have the large storehouse here, which is going to be the primary firewood person. Close over here. We're going to min-max this stuff. This is only thing that's going to be stored here eventually is firewood. And everything else is just sent right into their stomachs from the granary first. So I have a whole, if you have not seen it, I don't want to go too much into it. I have a whole guide that explains how things are consumed and how supply and demand works. These are not the same thing. Supply and demand is simply to give you an approval bonuses. How things are consumed is an entirely different mechanic. I have a very short and concise guide that I spent all day writing and working with some of the beta testers in Discord, and we went over every single thing I said before I released it. It's only gotten 2,000 views, which is insane that nobody is watching it. It's probably one of the better mechanical videos that I've made. So, food consumption guide. It came out yesterday. After the stream, look it up. It will explain how this all works. But food is consumed from the granary first before the market stall. But foods are consumed equally. So if I have berries and meat, I'll give you a hypothetical scenario. I have berries and meat. I have, say, in this situation, I have berries in the granary and I have meat in the market stall, like this, right? So see, I have meat, berries, and veggies. Okay. So it's going to consume equal parts. So it's going to consume all of my food groups equally, but it's going to consume them from the granary first and then the market stall. So in this scenario, it will consume an equal part of berries. It will consume the one veggie. It will consume all of this meat in equal parts, and it will consume the veggies here. But it will say, you have these three food groups between these two entities. It will consume it from the granary, and then it will consume it from the market stall. And then after that, it will consume from pantries. So it doesn't, and that's an entire, you got to watch the guide. I have flow charts. I go over scenarios. It's a little tricky. But what you do need to know is that it will consume food from the market stalls if that food type is not available in the granary. But it is actually consuming everything equally now. And as you can see, I currently require 2 food types. You're also not getting a bonus anymore for having excess food types. So you see I have 3 of 2. You don't get a bonus for having an extra food variety anymore. But to hit the different food varieties, it can pull from different foods to hit that supply and demand bonus. But that's not what's being consumed. That's just the bonus you get for having those things physically in a market stall. So it's a little tricky. There we go. This is not a new design. This is an old design, rehashed for the new patch. People wanted something that was a little bit more dialed in for small pops, and so that's what this is. Just going back to benders. Okay. We need a little bit more wealth, so we're going to try to get to tier 2 here now. So to get to tier 2, I'm going to need a clothing stall. All right, we're doing good. So let me see what I can do here. I would like to get a new storehouse. I think this is actually a pretty good spot for it. All right, I think this is good. We're gonna leave it just like so. Probably gonna move this over here though. There we go. Perfect. New storehouse, new tannery. Good shape. See, that looks good. Okay. We got 6 families, so we're going to go berry crazy now. I'm going to do 4 families. I'm going to get that trade post up. And we're going to start making some money. Market stalls are important because they give you approval bonuses. You also, and they give, not only do they give you approval bonuses, if you don't have these food types available, you get a negative. And if you go below 25%, you start losing families. And the higher your approval bonus, the more you can tax your people, so that you can pay the king's tax. Market stalls are important because without them, your entire town will burn to the ground and everybody will leave. You still need market stalls. They just they just aren't they just don't involve consumption. Consumption is an entirely different mechanic. Now, well, it always consumption has always been an entirely different mechanic, but the biggest change that you guys need to be aware of is that goods are consumed from the granary and storehouse. Firewood is taken from the storehouse before a market stall. Food is taken from a granary before a market stall, but it will still calculate the types of food in the market stall when it's determining what goods to consume in equal proportions. So if there's no meat in the granary and there's only meat in the food stall, it's going to eat that. It's going to take that meat into consumption so that all foods are eaten equally. And then after all of that, if there's nothing in the granary, if there's nothing in the marketplace, then it will actually go to a second calculation where it consumes things from pantries. And that's all pantries, including the pantry and the trade post. So then they'll eat all foods equally between that. So there's actually two distinct calculations for consumption. Like I said, I sat down and hammered this all out with all of some of the top beta testers who have been testing this patch for months before even I touched it. So if you really want to understand this stuff, just watch that guide. I spent an enormous amount of time compiling it, and it would take me 10 to 12 minutes to go through a bunch of scenarios. But that's as simple as I can explain it to you. That you still need your market stalls to maintain approval ratings. Without market stalls, your entire town would collapse. You'd go into negative approval. Okay. So we're good here. We got everybody going. We have people. So I'm going to take everybody out of here, and I'm going to assign both of these individuals into the logging camp. And this is their life now. They're just both going to work in this logging camp. And we're going to have a ton of ox, and it's going to be a glorious day for us. All right, the trade post is up. We're going to put a family in here. Should probably get a hitching post in this spot. For horses, you can have up to 4 horses. You can only put 2 in, but you can actually use 4, and so you're going to want to get 4 horses. And I would order the horses from the hitching post next to the trade post, though they're a little that way the horses are stored there. So let's talk about trade. You're probably wondering what's the difference between established trade routes, major trade routes, minor trades. So minor trades, you do not need an established trade route in order to get and sell goods. But what happens is you get people who walk by foot. You will get foot traffic traders, and they suck badly. So you will get trade, but you won't get a lot of it. With an established trade route, you get a dedicated free merchant who regularly visits that trade post and will buy up to 50 types of that specific good. It also allows you to send your own individual out into the world with a horse who can haul up to 50 goods to trade. So you're talking about Billy Bob with a sack on his back versus established, organized trade. So if you don't want to use trade routes, you're going to have very small economic activity. It's not negligible in the early stages of the game. I mean, a couple of coins can make a huge difference, but you really do want to get established trade routes. So people ask, well, and so that's something I can tell you, but the trade system is going to be completely overhauled. And I have no inkling of what that means. So we have 264 berries. Our spoilage rate is pretty significant on these berries year over year, so we do want to trade them. And like I said, I can't afford a trade route, so anything is better than nothing, right? So we're going to do anything over 160 for now. Some of the best early game trade items, honestly, are firewood. You can say I have 18 months worth of fuel. And the firewood trade route's like 3. It's pretty cheap. But every time I buy a trade route, it significantly increases the cost. That's why in perk points, I definitely take trade logistics to reduce how much new routes cost me, and better deals to reduce import costs by decrease import cost by 5. It makes purchasing barley incredibly efficient for a city. we're gonna trade the berries, and we can't afford a route, and that's fine. And we're gonna trade firewood. Now, major routes, you have to have an established trade route. You don't get the option. And you can see NA here, it will not allow you to even see how much it's worth. It's pretty annoying. But firewood is such an easy early trade route. And yeah, you don't have to do too much. So we're gonna export anything over 120. Yeah. If you want your entire town's future well-being relying on someone named Billy, then don't establish trade routes. A whole economy of wandering hobos. nickel and diming, selling toasters for 10% markups, town to town. Yeah, trade poster and trade routes are exceptionally important. Exceptionally. Okay, let's get this show on the road. We're gonna speed this bad boy up. We got a few available living spaces going up. So we're pretty much done. So this is 6 and 12. So this right here should yield you between 5 and 600 veggies, and this should yield me between 5 and 600 apples collectively, which is equivalent to the Brond. Yeah, it's equivalent to a Brondo. No, it's equivalent to the Flexo. Yeah, this is you see the honeys here, but we've moved the crops to the corners, and we're putting the housing centralized and keeping everything tight. Is this pretty? No, but it's to show you kind of how the mechanics work in the new patch and whether or not they can be incorporated into previous kind of designs that I've done. And the answer to that is yes. You just have to kind of tweak everything a bit. But yeah, I still recommend that you're going to have to take some things by a case-by-case basis. And, you know, having this gentleman down here is great. Now, the inefficiency here is gathering water and gathering firewood because they have to walk all the way up here. It's one burgage plot, though, so they only need 1 fuel per month. And eventually I'll have four families in there. So that's actually not too bad, right? What I would like to do, though, is get a well down here. That way they have water access next to them. So a slight inefficiency of having to get firewood from up here, but a gain in that the workers only go to work every day for the rest of their life. And they all the families don't have to walk down here to go to work. Only one person's walking to go get that fuel per month. So it's a massive gain in efficiency in that regard. All I care about is that they're bringing in the bacon. And of course the inefficiency is they have to drag all of the logs to the saw pit. But I don't have my saw pits going 24/7, so. Okay, so the next step is going to be upgrading everybody to tier 2. We're going to need a lot of boards. So let's take a gander. All right, got the saw pit gentleman going. We need an exceptional amount of ox. Get things going. You can see they're a little bit overwhelmed. Okay, we're getting the majority of these berries. We're going to need about... I've actually dialed it in. We need about 7 families. And the reason that I do so many forager huts is because the pantries get full and the granary workers can't get it out fast enough. I mean, you're harvesting like several hundred berries. You're harvesting like 200 to 300 berries per month during the growing season. So I have half the capacity for what I'm harvesting, so it needs to move very quickly. But yeah, we're doing great. Everybody's happy. Look how happy everybody is. All right, let's get this forester going because I am a little worried about firewood productivity. Here we go. And I don't want the... Yeah, let's also make sure that this guy's dialed in, and I'm pretty sure he is. Okay, cool. I'm actually gonna mirror those areas. Perfect. Cool. So we should be okay on firewood. They decreased the quote-unquote debranching of the woodcutter by 30%, which is a fancy way of saying that woodcutters use 30% less trees than they used to. So woodcutters are pretty efficient. I remember I used to have like 6 woodcutters, and now I'm getting away with just like a couple. I have 16 months worth of fuel. I have a full year's worth of food. We're doing fantastic, but we need to get to tier 2, and that's going to require the clothing stall. So the tannery is now going to go up. hunting camps up, and we're lagging a little bit behind because I'm explaining things. If I weren't talking and I was just like like shotgunning a Red Bull, I probably would be about twice as far as I am right now. But I do want to explain a lot of this stuff. I do also want to get a horsey. Okay, cool. You see, we're making a modest amount of regional wealth money now. We're gonna get ourselves a horsey. Horsies are cool. And yeah, we're gonna just continue. We have enough hitching posts that I don't need to be too crazy. We have 14 available spaces, but just be cognizant that you do want to order the horses at a hitching post right next to your trading post so that the horsies stay there. We're also just going to preemptively assign both livestock, but we will have 4 horses eventually, even though it only does 2. So vendors are also really good because they're just incredibly efficient, even early game. 2 families can easily do this. So everybody's happy. They're all jolly. Okay. A bandit camp was sighted. Okay, we got all the clay, it looks like. That's cool. Next thing we want to do is start getting clay tiles as well. Oh, look at that. Perfect. Just need a little bit more money for that next orchard. Now, you could do chicken eggs and all of these guys. Would not be a terrible idea. But with what I'm about to do, it's unnecessary. Food is actually really easy to do in this game. It's almost a little absurdly easy. So, oh yeah, and if we want to micromanage to the extreme, I could pull all of these workers out of the berries. I'm not going to do that, though, because I hate having to do that. Another issue that we're seeing is that trade posts are saying they're disconnected when they're not disconnected. So I've been told I can just ignore that. I could definitely rebuild it. Disconnected from major trade routes. Won't attract traveling merchants. I mean, we definitely are. You can see that the wealth is going up. So that's a bit of a weirdity in the beta testing right now. I always just let the Baron... Yeah, I let the Baron take all of the lands while I build up my army to destroy him. I don't find... Because if I take another province, I have to protect it from him coming to take it anyway. So it just has always seemed kind of like a wasted time. Okay, so we're going to start getting these storehouses hammered out. The leather and tannery is here. I still kind of feel like there's a bit of an inefficiency here until we hit 20 burgage plots at least. So we're going to get the marketplace up behind this just for leather goods. We only need 2 market stalls locations here. So leather here, firewood here, and you can see the storehouse is close enough to the forester hut over there. Pull this down. Pull that across. Oh, that's going to be weird. Okay. Speed this up. I have a lot of free families. I need to get these guys working. I like to have a good chunk of free families, though. I find it does help out a little bit in the building up stage. There we go. Let's get those apples up. All right, so we should be good on food for this entire build. And if it doesn't work, we'll just have to add a couple more things. All right. Yeah, I know a lot of people say that they want to take these regions and build out towns. And you can do that. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm waiting for the other lord, not the lord, sorry, but the bandits to come. And I think he took him out and I wasn't paying attention. I think the bandits have already come. I don't know. Okay, let's speed this up. All right, so next step, let me think about what we want to do. We could go into like a dyer's workshop, start selling dyes. People have pondered that with me. It's not a terrible, I mean, I shouldn't say it's not a terrible idea. It could be lucrative. That's construction, that's crops, food, it's crafting material. So dyes go for 4, and berries go for 3. A 1. Yeah, it's not that great. I'll have to look into it, though. There could be something I'm not considering. All right, we have 7 free families. You see we're growing a little bit faster than even I'm comfortable with. So It's time to go to tier 2 homes and get that passive one. Still coming up with a unit of money, regional wealth. We're just going to call it 1 regional wealth per family at tier 2. And you get 2 regional wealth per family at tier 3. It's time to... this is going to be great. We're going to get a lot of money here. And then we also want to start working on getting a manor up. So we're going to let everybody do their thing. We just need to continue to purchase ox. That's the main kicker right here. Order another ox. And I don't know that that horse is even going to be stored here. I will figure it out. They kind of seem to have a mind of their own sometimes. There we go. This is great. The tier 1 houses are pretty depressing. So we're going to call this Billy Bob. Call it the city of Billy Bob. He's the town founder. So if we see that he's attacking Billy Bob, we need to be worried. We need to protect him. All right, I'm just gonna let him do his thing. So if you do, here's the thing though. If you take the bandit camps out though, you will reduce, because you get influence, you will reduce the Baron's ability to take lands quickly. So that is the disadvantage to not taking out every bandit camp, is it does actually accelerate the rate at which he is taking territories. So I am aware of that. I just don't give a shit. Like, there are people like, well, there's always someone in the comment section who doesn't think I'm aware of something, and they don't realize that it's possible. I just don't care. It's like, because I prefer not to focus on everything that's possible. I prefer to focus on what I need to do to get to a point where I can kill him and dial that in. So he can go as fast as he wants. It doesn't change anything that I'm doing. So we're going to do some of our single Burgish plots. Now remember, we have 1, 2, 3, 6, 12, 24. Okay. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, yeah. So we have 32. So we have 8 plots minus this one. So we have 7 more plots that we can make. We want to make sure that we're not at 20. We want to stop at 20. So what I need to start doing now is really dialing in single Burgish plots, which I hate, but I don't like to do double Burgish plots, because when I go to tier 3, I'm going to have 2 families making bows, for instance, and that's more families than I am comfortable with. If I did a double Burgish plot, I would have 4 families making bows, and then that's 4 families that I have to feed. And it does make my army bigger, so, I mean, you could go either way. It's just not my preference. So, bows, we're going to need a joiner, and we're going to need a couple of other things. We're going to need a blacksmith, a couple other things there, but let's get that going. Large storehouse is up. We're going to put 1 individual in there. Going to the advanced tab. So we're just not going to store firewood here for now. We're going to store everything else. And then over here, we're going to store only firewood. And all this is going to do is firewood. Okay? And we could also store... Now, we're going to do leather over there. And so we're going to change this marketplace. And it is only going to do firewood from the storehouse here. And then this marketplace over here, no food and no firewood. And so it's only going to supply the clothing for the 20 Burgish plots. A little bit of an inefficiency with having an extra worker, but it will all wash out once we hit a perfect 20 and perfect 40 Burgish plots. So, yeah. We're using 1 more worker than we need to, but we're dialing in that area. Perfect, perfect. All right, forester's going. Let's just take a gander. Take it all in. Like I said, I could do chickens here, but I just kind of dislike chicken eggs now because every month they're yielding 1 egg, which means my dude in the granary has to walk there, pick up 1 egg, pick up 1 egg, pick up 1 egg every month. But like with Burgish plots and veggies, they're going out after a harvest and they're pulling back a lot of goods at a time, right? So I could do chicken eggs, but I don't really need to. I have 3 food types. And the beginning years of apple trees, every 3rd tree yields 1 apple, and then once they're matured, it's 3 apples. So you do actually yield apples now in the early stages. I have to go back and check my math on that one, if it's 3 or if it's 2. Uh, and then it's every other. There's some weird stuff going on. But anyway, all you need to know is that you are going to get some apples off this stuff. And you can see how easy it is for them to harvest these apples. Apples are a lot easier to harvest than crops. Crops, they actually physically go out, as you can see, pick it up, walk it back to the house. That's why you don't want completely long, stringy stuff. The longer it is, it takes exceptionally more time for them to harvest because they're walking back and forth between the houses. So the second family will actually come out of this and harvest, and this family will use this house as a basis for harvesting here. But this just reduces travel time. So as you can see, they're being a little weird and being a little inefficient right now. But it all washes out. When you have 4 families doing it, it's so crazy. Now, we are in a place where I think we're going to need to build some more burgage plots. So we're just going to get these guys over here going. Double burgage plots. Now, the reason I'm using double burgage plots is because of the reduction in fuel consumption and maximizing the reduction in the amount of market stalls I need. It's just a super OP. They are working on a patch currently, potentially, to overhaul stalls so that you can upgrade them to have a higher capacity. That would definitely dramatically change whether or not you'd want to do double or single, but it will not change the fact that double burgage plots are way more fuel efficient because you're only using the 1 fuel per month per house. So that will probably never change. Maybe. I should maybe not. I don't know. I feel like Greg likes to do the opposite of what I say every month. Trying to make my job hard. I'm just trying to explain the game. Okay. Okay. So I've been slacking. We definitely want to get this up, and I feel like the saw pit is broke. And we have 48 planks. Okay, something's going on. There's a glitch somewhere, because the planks... There's 11 planks here. They must all be reserved in construction. Let's just let them all catch up. Not enough planks. I'm going to get an individual into the clay furnace. We're going to start pumping out clay tiles so we can upgrade the church. I think something's wrong with the saw pit. We have 60 timber. Okay. Let's click this button. How many planks? We have 4 planks available. Yeah, they're all just... Okay. So there must be something wrong with the pathfinding. Yeah. So this individual right here is bringing a log to the saw pit, and he got lost. So this is what I was warning people about, is that you need to remember that this is a beta, and sometimes things go weird. But by doing this little road here, there we go. It changed his pathfinding, and he's taking the correct route. So remember what I told you a while back on this map, make sure that you're tracing out your own road and not relying on the king's road. It's kind of wonky right now. It's really, really odd. So yeah, now he's taking this path. There we go. Okay. Board production is back on track. Took me a while to figure that out in a previous thing that I was doing. Previous live stream. So you gotta have a problem-solving mindset when you beta test. You gotta be calm. You gotta expect bugs. So some people, they get really pissed off and they stop playing, but I just view it as an opportunity to learn, fix it. No, it is pretty annoying. It is pretty annoying, but it's okay. We figured it out. Yeah, the horsey did not come in there. The horsey is here there. The horsey is now here. We have 252. So I think we are going to be trading berries. I am going to establish a trade route for these berries. Now, you're probably wondering, hey, we have all that iron, right? Wouldn't that be a good trade item? Yeah, I probably should have, especially with the amount of people that I have. I'm just going to start trading raw iron, if I can. Yeah, I can. Iron ore. It's worth 3, right? We're going to establish a trade route. And I have 2,000 of it. Eventually, we're going to go deep core. I'm just going to start mobbing iron and trading it. So that's pretty cool. All right. So we got the large storehouse. We have our common goods stall with the leather. Our food variety is down because I definitely need another granary worker. That's why the church is really nice, because you don't even have to really care too much. So it's, oh, the church is reserving some stuff even though it's paused. Or that's the tavern. Okay, we're going to get the tavern up. I'm just going to start getting stuff up. We're going to need 16 boards. The saw pit is a saw pitting. They're waiting. Okay, he's going home. I'm going to fire this individual. Waiting, waiting, waiting. There is something going on. All right, we're in good shape. Logging camp's doing a good job. I guess I'm just going to need to be a little patient and let the game catch up with me. Honey. Or should I go? No, I don't need to do deep mining yet. Realistically, trade logistics and honey make the most sense to me to proc for future expansion. The next thing I'm going to do is better deals. Late game, the last thing I'm going to do is probably go into deep mining. I have like 2,000 iron to go through before I have to start worrying about anything. And remember, you can kind of ignore the disconnected from major trade routes. It is working. Just stupid. If it bugs me, though, I'll eventually just destroy it. But yeah, we're trading iron and firewood now. Okay. We're doing great. This is fantastic. I do want to get the manor up, but yeah, I am unfortunately encountering some issues here. I think that the best foot forward here is to get another saw pit up to see if I can resolve this little issue that we're having. Get another ox too. Could just be that we have too, like the ox are just overburdened. But I'm gonna get another saw pit up. Yeah, there's like no errant ox whatsoever. They're all just so busy. And we're gonna need quite a bit. I typically have around 15 to 20. You may have to do a little bit more. But see if by building another saw pit I can get this remedied. Oh man, you're saying you missed the first 100 minutes? I didn't even know like it's been an hour 42 minutes. And it's amazing how like when you're just zoned in, the time just flies by, man. Okay, we have 3 available living facilities. Did I not do these guys right? I did not do these guys right. What's going on? Okay. Okay, I did something. I was two in the zone. And these did not get to be double burger plots. Alright. That was weird. Okay, we have 13. So 7 more. Alright, we're going to need to get boot production going at some point. And, okay, we're going to turn off snap point. And do these. Double, 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 double. Go. That was weird. They were like weirded out. Maybe I'm just being weird. I don't know. I didn't like those burgers plots. Yeah. Church, tavern, who cares? Alright, cool. Board production is remedied magically. They got scared because I built another saw pit, so now they started working again. So odd. Another ox? It's probably the additional ox that's helping out. There's a lot of stuff going on. Okay. So we got those gentlemen. Okay. So the next thing I want to do is get this to tier 2. We can start making bows. And we want to get another single burgage plot, not a double. Okay. They did something really weird. It used to be a lot easier to measure things out, and I find myself struggling a bit more now. And then we're going to get this guy for boots. We're going to need boots to fulfill the tier 2 requirements. It's also going to require another stall potentially. So I spent my development points on orchards first, and then I spent my second and third on trade logistics and beekeeping. I would spend your second point on trade logistics to reduce the amount of cost for trade routes so you can start expanding trade, and also just to, you know, maximize your regional wealth. I have quite a bit. And now we really need to get the manor up, finally. Okay, cool. So the manor is actually going to go, I think, this would be a perfect location right at the entry point to here. So, I'm going to delete this road. Perfect. I'm going to place the manor right here. We're going to commit. We're a commitment type today. And then we're going to do this. Kind of like a V. And then the walls will go around right here. I like to do this V because it gives the traders multiple routes to take. I find people get kind of clumped up, and this kind of has been helping, but we'll see. Alright. We're going to get the manor up right there. So we'll have our protection before they even get to the town. It'll be really hard to burn this place, unless they come from the back. Then we're screwed. Okay. Alright, how many food types we got going on? Veggies, berries, here they come. Alright, we got to pause. Alright, so I got lucky. The bandits are coming, but he's going to kill them for me. Hopefully, unless they're coming from the other direction too. Nope. So sometimes you get really, really lucky, and you don't even have to fight the first banditos. Unless he, like, unless they start shaking hands, in which case I'm screwed. Nah, they're not going to be friends. So we're in good shape. We don't even have to worry. Hunting camp's good. Alright, everybody's happy. Healthy. Got 6 families building. Got ourselves a small tavern. The trade post is doing really well. We have an extra saw pit if necessary. Got the tannery. Got the large storehouse. We have almost maxed our food variety, but yeah, we need boots. So since we don't have to fight... I mean, since we don't have to fight anybody, right? He took care of it. We got a bandit camp right there, though. That would be nice to take. I think I'm going to do this guy into boots right off the bat. And we didn't lose any of our tools, thank God. If you lose your tools, you can build a... you don't have to build the blacksmith. If your tools get poached by a bandit camp, you can build a smithy to make iron slabs and tools. And actually, we're going to start making iron slabs now, I think. Let's take snap to road. Go. And yeah, that's a good one. But yeah, let's get some boots. And we need... I built that, and now I don't have boards. All right, whatever. This place hates me. I'm going to put another person in the saw pit. I think we just need to have 2 saw pits going so it's proccing 2 loads. There's just a delay. So that's a bit of an inefficiency, but I'd rather not have to haul boards from all the way down here one board at a time, because that's how they move boards when they're doing construction. You got, if you prefer to have all that down there, you might be right, but I've just noticed it works a little bit better this way. Okay, so once we get enough boards, we'll be in good shape. Yeah, boards are the one thing holding us back right now. They are supposed to have fixed it so that 2 people in a saw pit actually works, but I haven't really noticed the difference. The only use for horses is trade. Yeah. The only use currently. But, you know, keep in mind, this game is early access, and they are definitely refining mechanics. So a lot of things can change dramatically still. Alright. We have 2 free living spaces. There we go. Maybe those burgage plots were just bugged out. Alright, we got the manor up, which gives us policies. Yeah, they were not correct. Yeah, you can see there's a weirdness to this place. So I need to get these up first. It's the okay. It's the ever since the new patch, snap points just aren't as easy as they used to be. Make sure I got that plus sign. Okay, so that's 20. All right. So yeah, we're gonna stop right there. So one is gonna be a bowyer workshop. I would have actually liked to have had a blacksmith's workshop to make iron. I am going to cancel one of these because I want another single. I do want to start making crossbowmen. Crossbowmen are life. Yeah, we're just gonna go all in on crossbowmen. All right, cool. Let's speed this bad boy up. We got a good thing going. Let's just continue to mass purchase ox. Now I could get a livestock trader up, but I kind of hate them. I don't know. It's again a personal opinion. They just seem really freaking slow, and then I have to put a person into it. But I mean, in the long run, they're incredibly useful because you don't have to constantly monitor it, and you can get quite a bit of them. I haven't noticed it to be too big of an issue though. Like I just keep ordering. Two boards, 50 wood. Yeah, these guys are being jerks. I almost want to get another road. So now the bandits will head for the nearest object. So I think I'm gonna do this. Hopefully that will improve because you see they're really good about traffic laws. So you do need to be kind of mindful about placing your roads in a way that now they're taking this road instead. That's going to dramatically reduce like bottlenecks. All right, cool. So yeah, we can make tools and we can make iron slabs. No, sorry. The smithy. My bad. We need a billow. I hardly ever do this. Yeah, a bloomery. My bad. Not billow. Okay, get the blue. This up. All right, we have enough. Cobbler's workshop. Nice. We got to get these guys to tier 2 so we can start making more crafting buildings. This is a good setup right here. I mean, I honestly got really lucky with this map. But you can just keep re-rolling until you get something similar. But yeah, having a rich iron deposit is probably one of the best things in the game. Someone was asking like what the best start is. Like you don't even need rich berries. You don't even need rich animals. You have a rich iron deposit. You're going to be able to mass produce tools and sell them. And I've been able to make quite a bit of money just selling produce to the point where the thing is that I get to a point where I have more money than I know what to do with. And right now I'm going to not tax until we're in a good spot because I'm getting 2 families per month over 75%. All right, and advanced tab, we're going to put a production limit on shoes of how many plots we're going to have. We eventually might start selling shoes because we're going to have leather out the wazoo. I'm going to put this to 60 for now. And we want to put a reserve of, I would say, something like 40, just to make sure there are no glitches or issues with the leather that we need. All right, get another ox. Upgrade this hitching post. We're going to need more room. All right, we're doing it. The granary is doing it. Let's see what we got. 266 vegetables, 370 berries. We're going to be able to start selling vegetables. A lot of that stuff's going to spoil if I don't start selling it. So, yeah, we're going to start trading out veggies, too. I'm not going to buy a route. I lied. I'm going to buy a route, because otherwise we're not going to be able to sell it fast enough. Put this at 160. 60. Perfect, perfect. Cool. So we need to crank this up to max. Put 4 people in there. You can see we have a lot of money right now. That goes fast. The logging camps are filling up. The 2 individuals down here in this burgage plot seem to be doing a fantastic job. Upgrade some of these guys down there. I got 4 free families, smithy. Alright, so let's do it. And I want them to kind of go forever. But, well, let me see. Yeah, you can't put a limit on how much you mine. We are selling our ore. We were selling our ore to help us in the beginning of the game. I'm gonna stop selling the iron ore for now. When we get a deep mine up, we'll do that. And we're gonna export anything over 100 slabs. I am gonna buy a route for that. That's at 4. Actually, hold on. Yeah, 3 and then 4. That's not worth it. It's not worth it. We need to make something out of this. Probably, I might just like get into heavy crossbow trade. Yeah, we got a really good setup here where we really could dial that in. So I got 20 constructed. I might do a double burgage plot for crossbows at some point in the future. So this guy's level 2. We're gonna go into that. This guy's gonna be a blacksmith. And we're going to make parts for the crossbows. We're just going to use one for now. I think crossbows would be a great trade. Yeah, the bloomery's going. We don't need tools yet, but tools are also a really good trade item. So we're going to try to utilize some of this stuff over here. And it's commodities. Yeah, tools trade for a lot. You can't see it, but they do. All right. So we want to make crossbows. Or we're just going to skip bows entirely. We definitely need to get this going ASAP. So I'm going to need a family to move in here as soon as possible. So we're just going to let everybody, 2 families per month move in. Everything is grand. Just keep upgrading all of these gents so that I can just mob ox. Go. All right, we actually have ox not being used now. But you can see that there's still issues. This guy right here has a log on his back. And look at them go. They're doing great. Okay. Well, it's time to go crazy and upgrade everything possible. And the living spaces. And we got so many people. This is, so like, keep in mind, this is 20. And we already have a really good population. Even, like, seriously, 20. And, like, when we get these guys to tier 3, we double the amount of families that this holds. So, we're not even close. You can easily get to, like, just a little under 300 with 20. It's pretty absurd. But we're doing good. We got the food. Their requirements aren't being met. We don't have enough clothes. Oh yeah, it's because we don't have enough boots yet. But we're making the boots. Boots are being produced. And I'm on the fence about starting to do bow production while we wait. So let's just do some more bows so I can get 1 unit of bow up in case we're attacked. We do need to be able to defend ourselves. And 78%, man, I need to get this up just a little bit. Alright, the church is going. You don't even have to have anyone in the church to get the bonus, but I do eventually put a person in the church because they'll bury the dead. You could use a corpse pit, but just having one person in the church I find is a good thing. And who knows how they're going to change the game, right? Alright, but we're making a fortune. We're almost at 2,000 regional wealth. I need to start taxing. Yeah, we're at 70%. Okay, we're not going to rely on any of that stuff now. We're just going to start taxing ourselves. Do 10% tax. That way I can start increasing my retinue. Let's also build out the castle. Garrison tower. I'm going to place the garrison tower towards front. It will look cool. Go. Do any of the gatehouses. Now, when I put this up, the traders like bump their head on this thing, so it is actually kind of good to have roads that go around your castle. Now, keep in mind the bandits will still, you know, go for the castle, so it doesn't. You do kind of have to balance looking cool versus how annoying it is when all the traders bump their head on the top of those gates, because they get bottlenecked and it really screws up your trade. I prefer crossbows because crossbows are stupid overpowered. They're so overpowered. I typically shy away from using crossbows because I find it just makes the game too easy. So in some of my playthroughs, you'll see that I only use bows because bows are kind of funky. Okay, we got a lot of iron slabs. We're still working on burgage plots, but we'll be okay. I mean, yeah, I need to get a joiner's workshop. I need to get a blacksmith. I need to get spear productions and all types of stuff. Once we get a blacksmith, we can do spears, tools. It's gonna be great. And you only need a butcher if you want to make sausage realistically, or slaughter lambs, but that's a whole ballpark that I don't really think is worth it. We're gonna boot up the woodcutter by one more. Forester hut's doing a good job. I think we're good shape. Yeah, charcoal will be good for us, but it's not necessary. It's necessary with the bloomery going up. All right, we're in good shape. The town of Billy Bob is a wonderful place. Beautiful place. Whoa, how did he do that? I think he just ran through the map. The animations in this game are really cool too. I know I'm always in top-down views. People are always asking if I can roll around a bit. But yeah, the game is beautiful. We got a good setup. Hopefully, I'm kind of hoping they'll let us upgrade the hunting camp at some point. I think a upgraded hunting camp would look cool. Now, I don't use herb gardens anymore because you can trade them, but I just found it kind of annoying, to be honest. So I just stopped. And yeah, I leave my families in the forager huts because I hate having to min-max every single year. I find it distracts. I like to focus on like expansion and other things, so a little bit of inefficiency, but yeah. I like a set it and forget it approach to a lot of my builds. I actually think set it and forget it is efficient. We're gonna just preemptively upgrade this to a large tavern, and let's order a new horse and hope they put it here. I don't know where the horsey is. Be in here. You see my horse? Yeah. I mean, we could go down the mystery of the horse. These buildings are pretty. Sometimes you can't even walk in them, and oh, what the heck? He walked right through it. Oh man, I forgot how cool this map is. So this is what this map looks like. It's the coolest map in the game. Pretty beautiful. When you make a butcher, you have to set your reserve sheep, and it will slaughter any sheep over that point. It's just like production of anything. I don't find it to be that. The reason I don't like it is because sheep lag your game. If you have too many sheep, your game's gonna start lagging. So, and it takes a long time to build up a flock of sheep, and so I personally just really shy away from that. I don't find meat. I don't need to do it. I can just do apiaries and not lag my game out. So I have a lot of personal opinions against the whole sheep meat thing. I find the negatives too extreme relative to other sources of food. Because doing veggies and apples and then harvesting berries and or producing bread and all these other things, they're just a lot more immediate, and they don't have as big of an impact on performance of the game. So they kind of used to, but farming is pretty good now. So this is a pretty sweet setup. I like this town. Church is looking nice. Cool. And I just realized we do have 2 wells, and so, but they're gonna have to go down here to get water. Because this can only fulfill the needs of 15 burgage plots, so I do need to upgrade this well, too. We're going to do that right now. Perfect. Okay, so I have 20 constructed, 17 occupied. We almost have everybody. I'm letting everything get occupied so that I can upgrade them to tier 2. Okay, cobbler's going. Warrior's going. We got 30 archers. We're doing great. 18. 16. I need to get this birch blood up. Yeah, we're doing wonderful. We got more food than I know what to do. That's what I mean. I don't really see the need to do meat. Bread. Honey is your 4th food type, and honey and bread are more than enough. Winter is approaching. How much fuel do I have? 8? Okay. Alright, so we've almost... Nah, we're doing okay. We got 32, 120 planks. How do we have 120 planks? Oh, I must have increased it. Okay. Yeah, we've hit our peak. Cool. Wonderful. Alright, we're finally like one family away from our last burger. Fire started. Okay, that was scary. Thought everything was gonna burn to the ground. Alright, beautiful. Let's check out our marketplace. We're there. That's weird. Food stall should be 100%. Oh, we need 3 food types. My bad. We have 3 food types, so we need three stalls. Go away. Okay. Alright, clothing is getting up with shoes. Fuel is fine. We only need 1 fuel for 20 burgers plots. So that's perfect. Everything should be dialed in now that we're almost at 20 burgers plots. 14 individuals are not having their church level. Oh, there's no family there. So weird. What is going on? Oh, the church burnt, but the animation didn't change. We saw that fire started thing. Yeah, it didn't show the... Well, the fence post went down. That's weird. All right. Honey is a bit weird. It's a bit RNG. You can go all the way to get 2 honey per day. You technically need 36 apiaries, but to get 200 to 300, you need between 8 and 12. And so there is not a ratio of like 1 apiary produces this much honey. There is a weird calculation depending upon how many you have that determines the chances. It's so weird, dude. All I can tell it, like, no one can pin it down. The math and behind it is just so abstract. All I can tell you is that if 8 apiaries isn't working, build 1 more, and then you'll just magically start producing. But between 8 and 12 is optimal to producing 200 to 300. But you can technically produce 2 per day, which is up to 700 per year. But you need about 36 apiaries to do that. So it's just a diminishing return once you go past 12. That is the cleanest I can explain how honey and apiaries work. So if you place 8 apiaries and it's not working for you, place 1 more and then boof. Like if you place 6 apiaries, you don't get like, you might not get any honey. You might get like 2 or 3 honey. But then magically when you place 2 more apiaries, it's like it just goes into La La Land. It's really weird. No, you have to have 1 family assigned per apiary. They will not produce without a person there. It procs the honey, and the honey starts. I'll show you when I do it. It procs the initial stages of the honey, and then it turns into a honeycomb. But only 2 per day can harvested. Really weird. Okay, here we go. It's so annoying when they don't move into the plot you want them to. That's okay. Alright, so booze is going to be the next thing to go to tier 3. We do have the families for it. Alright, let's, the boozening has commenced. So, let's go into barley. So like I said, as long as you have 40% fertility, you can get about 40 barley per 1 Morgan. And we have just a little bit, so we're probably going to do bread and things like that. So there's a good chunk of emmer right over here. Let's place our farmhouse right here. And yeah, it's a little bit of a ways. Let's dial this in. So these yellows are fine. The bright yellow is perfect, but this deeper yellow is fine. and we're going to do as much of this as possible. So people have asked me, why do I do 1 Morgan? I found that when you go over 1 Morgan, the families get really weird. And just from my personal testing and other people's personal testing, 1 Morgan seems to be the optimal plot size for how the mechanics navigate plowing and all types of stuff. Now, if you're using Ox, you want your plots to be like this, narrow strips, because of the way they run around. I prefer the family, not doing the plows personally, because I just find them kind of annoying to get everything perfect. So people are asking, why don't you just do really, really, really large fields? They have to come in, plow everything, then they have to seed everything. And so by the time they're finished seeding a large 5 Morgan plot, that's when it starts growing. So when you do it like this, they seed this, it starts growing. They seed this, it starts growing. So there's an advantage to keeping your plots small, optimal, concise. So we're going to do 6 1 Morgan plots and do a crop rotation if I can. Let's go. Let's actually start from the top first. All right, we're going to get a little bit of the orange in there. Let me see. 38%. I'll still get a yield at 38%, I notice. But it doesn't have to be precisely 40, but I don't think you can go below 38 and get good yields. All right, we're going to go a little bit above 1 Morgan here and deal with it. That's 1.2. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I want to do at least 6. And I mean, I could do a special one, but I want to dial in my families. All right, so 6 is good with me. And then I'm going to keep them close together. 40%. So these two in the first year. That way the families just have to go across the street, basically. And then these. Now, you technically could micromanage this and do them every other year. Again, I use the set it and forget it. If they had a 4th year, you could easily alternate these every other year. I have asked repeatedly for them to put that into the game, and they have not done it. And I'm sure eventually, hopefully, they will do it. I think Strat Gaming even asked for it, too. So that's an inefficiency, unless you want to sit every single year cycling these guys out. Yeah, they really need to add the stupid 4th crop rotation. I literally don't understand what the hang-up is. Like, just add a 4th year, please. Yeah, some of you guys are aware of it, too. So if you're wondering why I don't do that, again, it's the set it and forget it approach. If I had to do that, and then I had to micromanage my berries, like every year I would just be a chaotic mess. You know what I mean? So it's not enjoyable to me to have to do all that stuff all the time. Let's get another ox. Look at this cool ass river. That cobbler. I don't know why this cobbler's running down here. He has no business here. What is he doing here? All right, that wasn't him. He's hiding from me. Oh no, he's walking back. He's going home. Was he coming to get water? A jerk. Yeah. It's giving them water. What was this one? Okay. So he's double dipping. Is he double dipping? That jerk's double dipping. Okay, I didn't know that about water. I thought it dedicated the well, but it's the well closest. Well, that's good to know. So we just all learned something together in real time. That's good for me. Good for the whole family. All right, well, we're going to put a well right here so they don't have to go down an entire mountainside. I like how they think that this is less of an inconvenience than walking 10 extra feet. Like... Here he is. The well's right here. He's like, nah, I'm gonna fucking Mission Impossible free climb down a mountain. Go to this well. What a psycho. That's all right. I'll put a well right here. So I don't know, dude. The game's full of stuff like that. Full of stuff like that. Okay. That makes my head hurt. Boyer Workshop. All right. I'll let it go. We're going to get another archer. I'll get rid of these archers later on. I just want to have a standing army right now. And we have 1,000 treasury. We have the manor up. Let's get our retinue. Retinuing. I don't know if there's a good word for that. Beautiful. Alright. We're going to keep a couple coins for ourselves. But yeah, we got a decent sized army right now. I don't know if he was going to the creek for... Was he going for the creek for water? He walked across. I think he was going for this... Hold on a second. What is Jorg doing? Jorg is unassigned. I think he's going for an ox. I don't think they were going for the river. I think they were going for this well. I don't know, though. I really don't. I'd have to, like, sit here and watch them. But, yeah, I don't know what Nickel's doing, either. It did kind of look like they were going to the creek. I didn't actually know that this was a road right here. I can't get a road, but it's a path. Interesting. There's, like, just enough of a gap. Yeah, you don't have access, but there's just enough of a gap. They're, yeah, he's just... I'm watching these guys, man. They're too good for my well water. No. I don't know. Maybe they're just... They got, like, a weird eroticism with ox. I think he just wanted to pet the ox. That's all he did. He went over and he just touched the ox. Same with this dude. What's going on? They're just petting ox. So weird, dude. This is fucking weird as shit. What creepy ass... I guess maybe they just want... I don't know. I know that they need to guide the oxes, but they're just going and patting them on the head and then walking away. Yeah, she's patting the... They're What the fuck? They're coming down and petting the oxes? Oh my god, I am gonna lose my fucking mind. That is not a requirement I was aware of. So I need therapy oxes next to my burgish plots to keep them from wandering down there to pet the oxes. Okay, that is not something I included in my efficiency designs. I'm gonna build a couple hitching posts for therapy oxes so they don't have to free climb this cliff. Oh man. Yeah, there is an exploit where you can negotiate with the Lord and then take the money. I don't do it. I just, it makes the game too... I am aware of that, but I don't like to do it. I actually want to fight. I know you can get the money and fight him, but I don't like to do... I don't like to focus my game style on things I know are going to be patched out. To an extent. Like that. And it just kind of makes the game too easy. And then, because if I rely upon that, then all of my designs rely upon exploits. But yes, you can do that. There are certain, like I said, there are certain things that I do not do, and it's not because I'm not aware of them, but it's because it's just like my personal preference. Again, some people like black licorice. Some people like free scaling a mountainside to pet ox. You know, I got to accommodate all types of psychopaths in this village. So let's get our therapy oxes up. I'm not going to get anyone therapy chickens. I don't know what's going on, and but I can tell you one thing is I don't like it. It's the only thing I can say about what I'm seeing. I don't like it. Okay, clothing is a little wonky right now, but it will catch up. We're gonna need two stalls here. Let's get a second stall. One for each tier of clothing. Tier 1 clothing, Tier 2 clothing. Alright, the clay furnace has produced all of the tiles. So, I'm so disturbed by what I just witnessed, and I don't know why it makes me disturbed. There's just something weird about it. I've never seen them do... I guess I've never noticed that before. I didn't notice it. They're coming in droves, man. Okay, that one was actually getting an ox. Well, good. Okay, yeah, they're just dipping. Okay, so a new inefficiency has been discovered in ox petting. I guess I am turning this game into Anno 1800. It's like, we got a zoo. Let's make a pretty zoo. This is the
the ox zoo. We're gonna section it off with shrines. The stupidest shit I've seen. Okay, hopefully we can get, I'm gonna assign someone to this stable. I never do it. I'm gonna assign one individual to the stable, and I want to see if I could turn this into a little petting zoo. But I need to get an ox and a livestock here. Maybe by assigning someone, he can get an ox. That might actually be the advantage to assigning a family. I personally have always relied upon unassigned families for that. Oh my god. I don't know what to think. I know I can get rid of some of these corpse pits. They're kind of bumming me out. But, yeah, we're at 20 burgage. We have no free living. This house is almost tier 2. We're going to get the blacksmith. We're going to switch over to crossbows. Yeah, we'll be ready. I'm not even going to track the banditos. It's kind of weird. We're at year 4 and we just got the bandit proc. Again. Because they already came, but they got taken out by the Lord. Come on. I need my petting zoo up. My peoples need the pettins. Okay, and we're gonna have a little walkway path around the petting zoo. It's gonna be a glorious petting zoo. I know that people come here for premium petting zoo content, so. Alright, $14.91. How much do I have? 5. Yeah, we can't set a limit. I've never needed more than one mining pit. I've never needed more than one mining pit ever. Alright. We're definitely going to want to get a second granary up here at some point. We may actually not need it if we're eating our foods well. 8 fuel. Okay, we're going to pump that up to 3 people now. We're using a lot for industry. We will eventually go into coal production and all that. Right, there we go. Blacksmith time. We're also going to need a booze maker. And we're going to need some other stuff. But we got the farm all situated. The next thing we're going to do is push it up into the next production. Yeah, this farmhouse is actually going to have to go. I just realized it's in the way of combat stuff. Let's get the emmer fields up too. So we're going to want a couple 1 Morgans. 1.5, okay. So let's start with the good stuff first and work our way backwards. 1 Morgan right there. Here we go. We're just going to do 6 of these. If we need more, we'll do more. Let's do 3. I need 3 more. .9 is good enough for me. One is good. Perfect. I probably should have done some roads, but we're good. We're good. Keep it like that. All right. Barley. Okay, so when's barley done here? Barley's done here in the 3rd. So let's do wheat in the 3rd. Line it up with the barley. Okay, and the 3rd, and the 2nd for this guy. God, I can't see anymore. This guy's in the 3rd. My bad. This guy's going to be in the 2nd. This guy's going to be in the 2nd. That way they're just walking from one field to the other. And these guys are in the 1st. Yikes. Okay. Well, it's good enough. Good enough. Okay. That's about as optimal as I can get that for now. Speed this up. We're going to need more families. I'm just getting the infrastructure up. So, like I said, that's how I would do it. Oh, hey, Lance. Thanks for joining. Yep. Technically, I think the optimal amount of Morgans per family is 0.75. So, some people say 1, but I haven't noticed that. I think you have to have it pretty dialed in. If we can get this dialed in, I'm most likely going to move the farmhouse. Like, I don't think we're going to do any more bread than what we have, because the bread and berries are going to be sufficient. So, if I were to say anything, it would be we're pretty much already there. This line there, and we're going to move the farmhouse right now. I'm gonna put it right there. That way we have a straight path into the city. All the workers. Perfect. And again, when you do benders, I don't even care about optimizing what they do. It takes them such little time to harvest all this with 4 families. That's the advantage of the bender, in my opinion. Okay. We're gonna need a joiner's workshop, too. We're gonna switch to production of these. I'm gonna cap this at 50. And I'm going to switch the boyer over to crossbows. We're going to cap that at 50. Eventually, I'm going to go into trade, and we're going to go the distance there. All right. I'm going to hold off on upgrading the wells and everything. Come on, where's... We're going to get a lot of ox. How many freaking spares? We have 28. Yeah, that's a lot. All right, cool. We got 1 ox for the petting zoo over here. We'll eventually get more. Why aren't they petting these ox? Maybe they are. These ox look very lonely. They don't look like they're being pet. Okay. All right. Time to go down the daisy train of upgrades. Unless you have the game on Steam, you can't opt into the beta. So unfortunately, you're going to have to wait, and I have no idea how long it's going to take. Given the amount of pathfinding issues on the new map, I'm going to anticipate it's going to be quite some time before this patch comes out to the other platforms. But keep in mind, that's not a decision made by Greg or the game and the producers. That's a decision made by those platforms. Steam is the only platform that allows you to opt into these betas. Like, those platforms, they want finished... They only allow you to have 1 version of the game. So in order for those platforms to have access to it, it would have to be the official version. That's my understanding. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I am aware of. All right, 98%, 76%, very good. All right, we're getting the crossbows up. So now we're gonna start switching out for the crossbowmen. Gonna read the bow. Okay, I want to get this pony show on the road. Got lots of money. Got lots of money there. So we're going to need to dial in malt and production of booze. Let's take a quick gander. All the things that could throw us off. The granary here is perfect. Okay, so malt production and all that's going to actually go right here in the design, because it's going to be stored in the granary. And I think it's time. So we're going to do the Great Leap Forward. And I just want single house with an expansion slot. Okay, yeah. They really messed it up. It used to do a perfect... It used to be perfect, and now it's all wonky. All right, so booze production is going to be right here. Malt house is going to be right here. Barley is going to be thrown from this farmhouse up into here. We're all going to have a good time. Perfect. Perfect. This is going to make the booze. This is going to make the malt. Got the granary right here. Can I put a road between these? No, I cannot. That would have been nice. We're going to relocate the petting zoo for these gents over here. Go. That out of the way. All right. Everything's flowing. We're not doing anything with the smithy yet. We might do tool production. That's why I got it up. I just wanted a place for it. Tannery's doing great. Yeah. I still have never really found... too much of a use for assigning an entire family to this, because unassigned families will naturally do it. It is... I think I'm just going to leave it, though, and just see if I notice any changes in anything. It's always good to kind of test those things. All right. We're still not getting our full apples yet. They're not mature. You can see veggies and berries are through the roof once more. Malt house is finished. Perfect. All right, let's upgrade the tier 2. Okay. Great leap forward. It has commenced. Now we're going to go straight for 40 burgage plots. I need a joiner's single burgage plot. All my artisans I do single because the families are dedicated to that craft. And when you hit tier 3 houses, you have 2 families in each, which is like usually way more than enough. All right, so we're going to have a joiner's workshop. Let's take a gander. And I'm only not doing eggs because I just don't want the logistical cost to my granaries right now. Tailor's workshop, we don't even need it. I mean, to be honest, unless we wanted to go into production. So we just need a joiner's and then the booze. And so we got the booze, we got the joiners. That puts us at 21 construction, 20 under construction. I'm going to hold off just 1 second, though. I do want to get the families to move into these locations first so I can get them to tier 2. If I build too many houses, they'll just go willy-nilly sometimes. So let's pause just for that 1 second, even though I know we're going to lose a lot of our 100% bonuses. We're going to be like 98%. Nobody wants to be 98%, right? Okay. And they're pausing. All right. Hit tab and you can see what's going on with all your workers. Yeah, they're having issues getting fuel down here, and that sucks. But you know what? I'm cool. They're going to have to live with it. Once the apples get in, we'll have our 3rd food type. And then I guess we can actually start doing the apiaries now. So we're going to want a minimum of 8. Alright. And we're going to want to make them as close together as possible. I should have been able to fit another one in there, and I can't. So that's really lame. Might have to restructure these. Oh, it was supposed to be perfect. Yeah, I may need to push the roads out in the design. That's why I do these test runs. Fantastic. There's plenty of space, though. So let me go back to the drawing board on this. We can get it to work. I'm not worried. I'm just going to try it from a different direction. Go sideways instead. Yeah, I'm not going to do it that way, but that's okay. May need to take the well out. Problem is when the inner road right here, when that gets thick like that, it really throws things off. So we're just going to remove this road. The road doesn't actually serve any purpose anyway. There you go. There you go. That's how you do it. How you get 9. Gonna have to move this well. It's just gonna have to be done. I'll get this design refined though, and it will be glorious. I mean the well, it can go. We can have wells anywhere we want. You don't have to stick to a crazy design. We got a well over there too, but we have nothing going over here, so that's fine with me. Speed this up. I would probably just make my starting roads a little bit wider. It's so close to letting me do it. That's what's terrifying. Okay, cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Perfect. 9, I think, is going to be where it's at. So we're able to do it. I could probably put a well back once I get this this guy in. Oh, look. I don't even have to do that. Cool. I guess I was wrong. There we go. Put a well here. You can have as many wells as you want, to be honest. All right, cool. Yeah, 9 is going to be really good for this build. It's going to be perfect. I have a little bit more room for market stalls if I want to add them too. But we're not going to need to do that. Okay. So when you go this route, you have to really ramp things up. We're going to need a perfect 6, and we're going to need a perfect 2. We have 9 here. So that's going to be perfect for 40 burgage plots. And then over here, we're going to need 2 more. All right. That is all the market stall workers we should need for 40 burgage plots right there. That's why I'm saying this is like the great leap forward. You have to be prepped for it. And, okay, Burgers Plot level 2. Awesome. This is going to be our booze town. And over here, we can go to level 2 and then take that to a joiner so we can make shields and spears. We're going to have at least one spearman. The best, the Flexo is really, really, really good for 40 burgers plots and you're trading. But it's optimal for 60. The Brondo is really good for 40 burgers plots. And then this is really good if you just don't want to deal with all the snap points and you want something really clean and efficient. But it doesn't look as pretty. But I think everyone has to make the decision of how they want to play the game. And I think things like this are really helpful for teaching people the game. And then once they understand core mechanics, they can go out and make cities that work and incorporate their creative, outlets and their creative designs. But stuff like this I find is good for testing how game mechanics work and just getting kind of a handle of everything. All right, we're gonna have to import clay at some point to go to tier 3. All right, we have one free family. We have one free family building everything. We're gonna put an ale cap of 60, 10 more than what we're 70. So the large tavern can only hold 50. So it says the tooltip says the large tavern does 100 burgers plots, but it does seem to be only 50 burgers plots. So we're gonna put an overstock of 10. So the 40 burgers plots plus 10, that's gonna be optimal for this amount. And you can reserve and all that, but we don't need to do any of that. And then once we get everyone to move in, we're gonna bust out all the other stuff. Okay, so we're gonna need a windmill. Snap to road. I'm gonna put the windmill kind of at a midpoint right there. And then I'm gonna put the oven right here. Try to make it as simple as possible. So the windmill is gonna bring the flour to the granary. That doesn't even make sense. Okay, yeah. We're gonna bring all the flour up here. So I'm gonna put the oven right here. That way it's close. We're just gonna use one. All right, but we just need to get everybody moved in now, and we need to get all these houses up. So we got the brewery, we got the joiner workshop. Pause real quick. Okay, now we can just start mobbing the houses since we've got all of the infrastructure. And this is going to be the tricky part. All right, perfect. That's actually not perfect. We should have 3. It got wonkified. Yeah. Something in the new patch really made it a little bit trickier. It's this road. All right, so we're just going to destroy that road, and we're going to build things how we need to build it so that we can get our perfect plots. Because of the curve in the road, it does all have to be dialed in. All right, that's 3. 3 doubles, and then this should just be 1 double. There we go. Perfect. And then we can curve around everything. We're not even gonna build that well because I built enough wells already. Alright, we'll get that up in a little bit. To maximize fish is what you're asking. Which is in the perfect start. I mentioned the perfect start guide. I have actually a lot of guides that go over this, but it's really, you just take your max population times 0.67, which is 2/3. That's how much the population you want to fish down to is 2/3. And you get a proc in March, April, and May of 50%. So you need about 6 families fishing. There are 11 fish spots per pond. And that will get you the max amount of fish, but you're gonna your fish population increases by 50% each of those months, and so you have to be able to fish everything really, really, really quickly. It's kind of like it's just like berries. Berries has 11 procs. Fish have one per month for those 3 months. It's the same exact concept. Yeah, just 0.67, which is 2/3, because you get 50%. You get 50% of the population at proc. So if you do it in thirds, and so you're harvesting 1/3, you're keeping your population at 2/3, 50%, 2/3, 1/3, 3/3, 100%. So your population is completely in flux. But if you get a drought, you get all you get all screwed up because droughts will really screw up your fish population. We have no free families for building. Let me think for a second here. All right, well, we're gonna end our little experiment. Actually, get this. We're gonna end our experiment here. I need that family for building. Get those plots up. All right. Let's get these plots up too. Snap to road. Cool is you can uncheck the snap to road when you need to. Go left to right. So we can use the corpse pit as the basis. So this is where it gets tricky. Turn off snap to road. We want 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with doubles. Perfect. That puts us at 32. This is going to put us at 38. We'll have 2 spare. And we're just going to... I think we're going to keep the 2 spare. One, 2, 3, 4. Boom, all doubles. Perfect. There we go. Everybody having a good time. And that's going to be our farming family. And then we'll start importing ale. And we'll be hunky-dory. So I'm actually going to pull back on taxes. Try to get that 75% modifier back. Booze is really going to help us attract more families. Kind of a conundrum. So I guess what I'm going to start doing then is importing barley. And we're just going to do 10. We're not going to need too much. The next point I'm going to put is into better deals. And I'm going to put 1 individual into the malt house. See what we got going on over here. Fuel and food is kind of weak. We definitely need to get bread production up here soon. Also, probably need to get 2 more families into the forager hut to get those berries. We're at a point where I need to reevaluate how much of my food I'm trading. We're going to put this up to 250. Put this up to 250. Trading too much of my food. Alright, we're going to let them catch up. Yeah, better deals is very much worth it. Decreasing your import costs by 5 is insane. It's an insane amount of money. A penny saved is a penny earned. I don't know if you've ever heard that term. It's a force multiplier economically when you're importing barley. 12 per. I'm also going to be importing other things. You could forgo it though if you don't want it. I like it. Most of my towns though are built upon importing barley. We may not need to import barley though too much if I get this. If you had a better place to put that point, I would say no. But I'm going into charcoal. I'm going to deep core. You could argue, well, hey, you could go into helmet crafting and then craft helmets for economic gain. Not a bad point. But I have nothing I can put this into that's gonna like really change anything for me. Maybe rye cultivation. I personally like better deals. I don't do flax because I just I don't even produce armor. I just buy it. I don't feel that the like I'd rather put 1 point in the better deals and just buy the helmet, buy the mail armor, and then upgrade my units with the money I'm making in my treasury. I haven't found it too advantageous, to be honest. That's me. Again, a lot of this stuff is preference. I don't tend to like to argue preference. If you don't agree with me, I don't. Not that I don't care, but it's just I don't have the capacity to care about 1,000 people's opinions. I get a lot of comments on my videos, and I just really don't want to argue preference. My preference is a little bit more dialed in and streamlined. I don't find the advantage. I don't find that these things are advantageous. That's definitely going to change with the trade overhaul, but the way the game currently works, there are plenty of trade items that... I guess the point is that I've never been in a situation where I don't have more money than I need. So I'm able to do everything that I want to do with simple strategies, and so going into advanced trade has never piqued my interest because I've never needed to do it to get what I want out of my builds. Because with iron, so here's the problem. With iron comes an increased consumption of fuel. So you have to go into charcoal, you have to do X, Y, Z. So you have to have more lumber, you have to have all this. So it's just like, I'd rather just like sell, I would rather put up 2 burgers plots with veggies and sell veggies than go into this crazy chain of needing more and more more and more fuel, charcoal. It's like, okay, well now I got to go into charcoal so that I can make, I've never needed to do it. I've always been able to make enough money just selling veggies and other things to make all the money that I need. And bows. Like, war bows are probably one of the most stupidly OP trade items in the game, because you don't even need metal. Like, in order for me to make crossbows, I have to have a whole chain of industry to do so. With just regular bows... Oh, crap. We weren't making... I was messing up there. All right. Joiner's up. Large shield. But with regular bows, all I need is boards. It's a very simple production chain. So I think, Greg, I think the whole game is going to change, and when the game changes, I'll change with it. But currently, I find these whole processes to be more hassle than they're worth. I can develop much more forget it methodologies that don't require any points in anything and make exactly how much money you need. So if I don't have to expend energy thinking about something to get the result I want, I typically don't. Okay, malt house. All right, so we're importing the barley. Get the malt house up. And let's get one individual into the tavern. We have 4 people in the trade post, which is great. Need to get more horses. I kind of, yeah, we had, all right, we're going to move this small stable back here and hopefully get some horses in it. Doubtful, though. The king taxes you based on how many families you have. So the more families you have, the higher the taxes. And I forget the exact calculation. I actually have to look that one up myself. But yeah, he bases it on time and how many you get certain tax per family. So at a certain point in the game, you have to get everything to tier 3 if you want it to be optimal. That way you're getting the most... You actually get to a point where, like, I'm bringing in, you know, 2 per family. You get to a point where you have to have trade to keep up, because what he taxes you is pretty crazy. So, but the more money you can bring in to a city, the better, and taxes. But I've gotten to a point where I'm, like, he's taxing me like 2,000 and I have like 30 grand, and I'm only just using a very basic tax. Right now, I'm trying to get above 75%. Once I get the booze coming in, we're going to be golden. Okay, we got the booze coming in. So we're going to go to tier 3 on our farm plots first, because I want the 4 families there to decreased harvest times. Man, we hit tier 3 before our trees were even freaking mature. That's pretty good. Okay. And if you build 2 taverns, they're stealing ale from each other right now. So... the only way to remedy that is to put the taverns as far apart as possible, but they still will travel to steal ale from each other. So that bug report is in and hopefully will be fixed by the time this fully comes out. Alright, horsey. Alright, oven there. Windmill's up. Farmhouse is up. So we just need families now. We have 38 construction. And our spears should be going strong here in a second. So I got a bunch of these iron parts produced. We're going to switch to spears. There we go. All right. I want to get a full spear unit. We have a full crossbow militia. How many crossbows do I have spare? I have 42 crossbows spare. We're going to just completely get rid of bowmen. And switch fully to crossbows. How many crossbows do I have spare now? Enough. Full. And 92 war bows. So I eventually might even get up another boyer. And do both bows and crossbows. And sell both bows and crossbows. Not a bad idea. Bloomery's doing okay. Okay. And so we should be close to 100%. Right now we're just crafting boots. Okay. Alright, we have 4 dudes who are angry coming at us. And we have more than enough forces to fight them. This is actually not even a fair fight. And we want to make sure our guys are too deep. Really make sure that we don't get hurt. Oh my god. Alright, we'll just have an extra there. I'm just going to put my crossbows like string beans. And when they come in, they come in. Well, they shouldn't be able to burn anything. We should be able to proc their aggro. Perfect. Yeah, we're going to have to get at least 7 families. I've noticed 7 families has been optimal for berries now, which kind of sucks. It seems like there's just a slight change. All right. Well, we got enough ale to get some stuff in. But yeah, now we're above 80% because we have liquor, and now we're just in that phase where we're bulking up. But we're fine. We're not going to be able to hit our 4 food types until the apples come in and until I get bread production going. So we're actually kind of in a scary place where we need food pretty bad. I think the first thing we're going to do is dial in the berries. 2 families in there. We'll do 6 for now. Okay, they're going to start burning shit. I'm going to run these gentlemen out. Shit, they're going to start burning stuff. I've noticed they can telepathically burn stuff if you have a new region and you have no one in that region. They just like immediately start burning things. Okay, they see me. We've procced. All right. Like I said, we have to make this a little interesting for ourselves. So we have a modest army. And they're getting a little confused by the pathfinding. So that's an advantage for us because if they come at me one at a time, it's going to be much harder for them to take us. Our crossbowmen are like muskets. They're just going to start mowing them down. Here they go. Come on, guys. Everybody proc. All right, that's fine. First volley. Probably should have put them wide, but I like having all the arrows go center fire like this. You can see we mowed down a lot of them because of that. All right, so this I don't think they're even gonna land. They're gonna rout potentially. Oh, they didn't rout. Made me a liar. There they go. Influence gain rout. All right, routed. We might be able to shoot through our men because they've broken formation. Yeah, and then we're going to annihilate them. There we go. Push forward with 2 units. That should clean these guys up. And these gents are going to come in at the wrong time. But people ask me, why do I like crossbows? Because crossbows are stupid. A couple crossbow units can take out a full retinue. All right, let's speed this up. They're coming in pretty light. They're a little glitched out. I might actually just start walking towards them. This is kind of painful to wait. All right, there we go. We got them clustered. Like shooting fish in a barrel at this point. This is not going to be a fun experience for them. Yeah, this game has got no issues whatsoever. Alright, we're terrible shots too, which is making this even more annoying. There we go. There we go. That's a proper volley. Alright, yeah, they're starting to drop. Let's speed this up. Oh my god. I think they're trying to hurt that dude over there. We might end up shooting our own civilians, which is actually kind of funny. This is just nasty, dude. This is so bad. All right, they're all dead. Now we need to put someone in the church to start burying bodies, though, because they're going to get all sad that there's a bunch of dead bodies littered throughout the city landscape. All right, perfect. All right, so we got the apiaries, and we got the bread. So once we get the honey and the bread, we'll have the veggies, the apples, and we'll have wild berries and a little bit of meat coming in. We're going to be, like, way more up to speed than we need to be. I am a little concerned about granary. The booze is flowing like nuts right now, but it's not flowing in there. So I'm wondering if the granary bug is a happening where the granary is stealing. It looks. I think maybe the granary is actually stealing the ale too. We're gonna disallow ale storage in the granary then. I think it is. I'm gonna have to put that bug report in. I think they're putting the booze into... Everybody's stealing from the tavern. Now I know why people were telling me not to store ale. Okay, they were right. Yeah, so there's an issue where they're taking the alcohol out of the tavern and then they're just like bringing it back and forth. Okay. We'll get this remedied. So they're just gonna have to take it straight out of the generic storage and pantry here. But that's fine because our production limits. Maybe I should limit production to 50 plus generic storage. But we're going to up this pretty soon when we hit the tier 3. 6 units of crossbowmen are so overkill. Yeah, it's beautiful. Technically speaking, if you have multiple regions, you could just do like 2 or 3 retinue in a whole field of crossbows. You would murder anything and everything that moves. All right, let's take a peek. We have 10 spears, 20 large. And how many spear do we have? 36. Okay, we just need a little bit longer. I do want to start making crossbows here eventually. Again. All right, we're in good shape. We need to get over 75% so we can track 2 families per month. Our marketplace is going down because we just don't have the food variety. We're catching up with boots right now, so we'll be in good shape here momentarily. Get ourselves another ox. All right. We got 19 ox, 3 horses. We need to get 4 horses. Okay, we're doing good. Our apple trees are mature, so we should get... These guys aren't, but these guys are. We should start getting some stuff here. Like I said, it depends on what time of the month you put it. But you can see they're starting to proc. Doing a good job. This one was a little late, so it might be towards the end of the month. I don't find... Were you asking where I found that thumbnail? I made that. I use Photoshop and I incorporate multiple images and I make all my thumbnails. One of my favorite parts actually of making a video is making the thumbnail. I use a combination of AI generated art. Like the knight was I put in a script of what I wanted, which was a knight wearing gold armor, and then I just flipped it and took out the background in Photoshop and then put up the text and put the Manor logo in. But yeah, a lot of my thumbnails are an incorporation of AI art, but also and screenshots, and then also I layer things and I do a lot of stuff in Photoshop. I put my own spin. Not everything you see is like just like copy paste AI art. It's usually a combination. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, I have been noticing you need about 7 families. You might actually just need another forager hut too. What happens is the pantry gets full, and then they stop. So if your granary isn't keeping up with it, which it should be because there's not a whole lot going on, then you're going to have problems. I think we're going to modify our approach. I think instead of adding that 7th family, I'm just going to put another forager hut. And take a worker out of the ones here. I think it's just... They're stopping the harvest because they're full. Alright, 4 free families. Perfect, perfect. Keep getting these guys in and up. Oh man, we have so... And this is what I'm saying, like 40 burger plots to me actually seems insane. You need a lot of wood. We're just gonna keep the casual growth. Yeah, I used to do a lot of graphic art when I was in high school. It took a couple years of Adobe, Photoshop, and Illustrator, and I used to actually work at a graphic design company when I first going to college too. I like to do a lot of graphic art. There's another episode of the River tomorrow, and then the final episode will be out Wednesday. I just finished editing those yesterday. I haven't done the harder difficulties yet. I just, honestly, I don't have enough free time to put in what would be necessary to do well in those scenarios. All right, we're going to pull one out of here. Put them there. Put 2 here. We'll put 1 on the back. 2 there. 1 there. Okay, we'll see if that does better job. Maybe I can get away with 6 families with that setup. And we're running out of logs. There's a lot of houses to upgrade. But yeah, this is the super growth spurt. You have to, like I said, I did all of those market stalls to account for 40 plots, and it takes quite a bit of people. That's why it's like, it's such a windfall when you go from 20 to 21 burgage plots. You just, this massive gut punch to efficient, like how many workers you need for market stalls. All right, yeah, so people are not getting stuck-ish yet. We don't even have the walls up. We're going to hold off on that. We have enough food to feed everybody, but not to get our best benefits. All right. But yeah, a couple benders. That's all you really need. This is 6. This is 6 and 6 corpse. So 12 corpse pits worth of apples and 12 corpse pits worth of veggies. Pretty dialed in. The I don't know. I call it the circuit board. All right, tier 3 is here. We got some booze coming in. Not enough. We're gonna be doing. We're potentially just not getting enough alcohol. We're not getting enough barley in. Let me take a gander. All right, because okay. So what we want to do is cap every stage of development. So 60 malt. That way we don't produce hundreds of alcohol. And we're gonna cap this to 50 plus 30 to account for the storage here. No booze in that granary. Perfect. I think I'm going to put a granary right here. So I'm going to move this forager hut right there. This is a good spot for a granary. Secondary granary if I need it. Another horse. Yeah, the food types also holding us back. We have enough booze to hit low quantities, but we're going to increase our barley purchases now, that we don't have to worry about over purchasing to exactly 50. That way the trader can bring in exact amounts. Cool. 13. We're gonna be in good shape. We got 7 free families, and we're back on track. Cool. Get these houses up. The booze is flowing in. Want to start getting my own stuff going, but we're gonna hold off for a second. There are some issues with combat in the game right now, and that's why I shy away from sheep. And that was a weird sentence. But they really, like, when you have too many units in the game and there are too many pathfinding, like, calculations going on, I noticed that my units start having issues. It's exceptionally apparent on the river map. So I've been shying away from the river map after I had to end my last playthrough at close to 60 burgers plots because it was starting to really screw up. I edited out a lot of me losing my mind, so you won't see that in the let's plays. Like all of the perfect city let's plays that you're watching are like 1 hour to 20 minutes edited down to like between 25 and 30 minutes. So I try to take out as much of the confusing stuff as possible so that it's a seamless episode focused, you know, on what's going on. But yeah, the river map is really screwed up. I like to do lives. If I'm not going to edit a video, I like to do live streams now because they just it tends to make more sense. So pretty much anything I post to my channel is going to be pretty well edited from now on. But I'll still do live streams because live streams do actually very, very well. And you learn a bit, and people ask questions that I may not think about providing answers to, so it benefits the viewer. They're pretty cool.
Bring this
Yeah, the key is to get Jesus as soon as possible. Jesus is the key to salvation. All right. We're doing great. Let's see where we're at now. 20 crossbows, 30 spears, 30 large shields. Okay. We're going to go back into iron parts. We're just going to leave this guy indefinitely. I could do wooden parts and sell them. This is kind of the crappy thing about the joiner workshop. And we're just going to... Yeah, he's still on bow production. Okay, cool. We're going to ramp this up to 100. We are running out of some stuff here. I do believe I want to get one more storehouse up. Alright, there we go. Perfect. All right, we're at a wood, but we're doing all right. Once I get this guy to tier 3, we'll have 4 families down here. We definitely need to get a forester. Yeah, we're gonna need potentially another house down here. We went a little crazy. All right, we got 12 people. I think we're going to go into farming first. I'm just going to deck out. So we have 4 Morgans. We're going to need at least 6 families. Yeah, 4 Morgans per, 2 wheat, 2 of all that other stuff. Need a dude in the windmill, dude in the oven. That's going to do it right there. I think the best way to play Manor Lords is to keep everything as close together as possible when you can. Like you see, there are inefficiencies when you have things far away, but you don't always have a choice. I should have got these foresters up a long time ago. Gonna dial it in a little bit. This guy's going to be a little bit more hyper-focused. This area. Cool. I think that should do it. Got a lot of work to do out there. That should do it there. Alright, and so next is going to be apiaries. Alright, let's see if I can upgrade. Yeah, some of these guys just want to go to tier 3, and I'm cool with that. I mean, we have 27 living spaces. 79s we're attracting 2 families per month. You can see it starts to really accelerate how many people you have. So you can take from this what you will. But if you want to make a more majestic looking city, you can easily do some little doodads and designs. You know, people like shapes. You can use your scroll and curvature. You make curves. You can make... Isn't that beautiful? I don't know. I honestly like... I like dialed-in designs. They look cool. They look cool when you walk around, too. This map is amazing. There's structure. It's not chaos here. Everything's perfect. This is what the map is amazing to look at. I'm always zoomed out. Yeah, we got all our honeys centralized, so the workers can get to the honey pretty easily. And with the Bender Burgage plots, you don't even have to worry about what jobs those individuals have, as long as they're not, you know, doing like walking halfway across the map. I would shy away from having them do farming simply because of how far away farming is from me, but typically they work at the same time. That's about the only job. They can even do granaries and warehouses realistically because they harvest pretty quickly. But yeah, the city is in good shape. And the animals have their own section over there. Everything is beautiful. But yeah, it's a pretty simplistic design. Everything is in order. I don't think this is an HOA though, so I think we're good. Prefer to upgrade my my farm plots, but I don't think it's gonna happen. We're just gonna upgrade as we see fit. We're gonna have to start importing clay at some point too, and making more tiles. That's gonna be a pretty big bottleneck. So much so that I think I'm gonna get ahead of it. We can import clay roof tiles and just skip the whole step. I personally want to keep it as cheap as possible. So it's 11, yeah, and the trade route's really cheap. And we're just gonna do 30, and then over in our clay furnace, pop him up, advanced tab. We're gonna limit this to 140. That should give us more than enough. I don't think this game's gonna be multiplayer, but people have alluded to it, but I don't think so. Well, I don't know. So, that's just an opinion. Alright, cobbler. Come on, get some booze. I need the farmers to go up. Ah, it's the 4 food types. Okay, we're gonna remedy that really soon. Alright, so the booze is flowing. We're at 100%. And that's just from imports, mind you. And we're still pretty wealthy. So you don't even need to do this setup. This setup is just gonna dramatically reduce how much money you spend. And it does take about a couple years, because they have to plow everything. You always get really bad harvests for a few years because of just how much time it takes to prep the fields initially. But yeah, so don't get too freaked out when you see a really bad harvest your first couple of years and think that that's what it's always going to be. Let it wait a couple of years and let it stabilize. All right. So we seem to be doing okay with just the forester and that gentleman there. And fuel is becoming an issue because of the mining industry. Once we get coal production up, though, that's going to remedy and change quite a bit. I actually think that we're going to preemptively just make sure that charcoal is being stored here. We actually want charcoal stored at all locations, because charcoal is a lot better to use in smithing and all that, but I'm going to say no to both locations. Keep it simple. All right. We got 2 points, so we're going to do better deals and charcoal, and then deep mining next. So we got the charcoal stuff we can do now. I just have to remember how to do it. All right, here we go. We'll do it right here. Perfect. A little bit too far, not too far away from the firewood that it's annoying, but kind of far away. All right, and then once I get 10 extra families, I'm gonna go hog wild on apiaries, and then I can kind of explain how apiaries work. Perfect. All right. We got everything coming in. Everybody's doing grand. We move this forager over here, and this needs 2 people in it. This is going to have 2 people in it. People. 1 peoples. That's 7 families, though. Let's do 1 and 1 here. So that's going to be a total of 6. And then we're going to put another granary right here. Preemptively. Not enough mana. Ah, stone. Alright, we're at a point where we're going to have to start importing stone. Why I'd like to buy the trade route reduction. I do find being able to just purchase things that you need very advantageous. We're going to set a quota of 60. Some people like to trade boards. I'm not wood rich, so I'm not going to be doing board trades. But it is a very good trade. Alright, we're almost to the finish line. I could typically get a 40 burgers plot city up in 4 hours. We're at 3 hours 15. Yeah, we're doing about right on the mark. The 4-hour cities, they do pretty well. All right, these guys need to. So you can see that the first year kind of sucks. Like they have to plow everything by hand. I honestly run a couple more families here. think I'm gonna build another farm house just in case if I'm wrong. And I think we're gonna bump this up to the maximum. It's just a lot. Now plows, yeah, plows would definitely reduce some of the time. They're a force multiplier, but we're gonna have more families than we know what to do with. We have 33 available living spaces and growing. And I don't know what I'm gonna do with all these people. So we're just gonna overdo the work and keep it going. Yeah, there we go. They're doing a good job. All right. Perfect. 82%. We're not even at the point where we're getting taxed yet. Why do they keep telling me they're coming? It's so weird. It's a glitch. It's just, I don't know. I don't remember them doing that before. I get it. There's banditos out there. I'm surprised the Lord hasn't come for me yet. Not Jesus. I mean the Lord on this map. All right. I think I'm gonna like switch gears for a second here. Fine. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're gonna get some 2 spear units up. Alright, we're at 7. I'm gonna just start preemptively filling these apiaries. So you see the honeycomb transitioning resource? This can't transition without a worker there. So this is what determines how much honey you produce. It has to transition. You can't transition more than 2 per day. But you can have people transitioning that resource in the background. Very advantageous. Alright, we got our last point. Deep mining. So this resource is what transitions to honeycomb. And the math behind it is exceptionally confusing. Yep, there we got 1. So basically, the more of them you have, the higher chance you have of the honey transitioning. And you can only transition 2 honey per day. But days go by much faster than you think. Okay. So we're going to have 9 of these bad boys. And we only need enough marketplace stalls for how much food we should have. That's the way it's supposed to work. Since we're not min-maxing market stalls. Except for that one spot over there. We only need 4. We need 8. We need 10. Yeah, we actually need 10 market stalls here. I made a boo-boo in that. I'm realizing now. I forgot I was going to have 4 food types. I need to move one of these guys. Oh, man. Not going to let me do what I want to do. Okay. I don't believe I can make this any bigger. Okay. We're just going to have granary right here. And I'm just going to build an additional market stall here. And it's going to be fine. But I'm going to need 2 more stalls. Charcoal's ready. Alright. We'll get that going too. I don't need to build anything right now, so I'm just going to proc it. 2 people in the charcoal. We're getting low on fuel. The charcoal's going to help out there. We don't have any more burgage plots coming in than what we got, except for we need 2 more plots. Oh, hell yeah. Tier 3 on this. We have a lot of families that need to move in, though, so I just need to let people move in. Alright, perfect. Let's speed, going full speed. So we need to get all these berries. Like I said, they're proccing 80 at a time. Should be good with this many families. The pantries are full is the issue. May actually be advantageous to have 1 granary worker and disable the market stalls. Right? If I disallow the market stall setup on this granary and put a worker in, he might be able to move this stuff a little bit quicker. And that could potentially be good all around for the efficiency of this design. So I think that's what we're going to do. Yeah, that seems like the logical step here. Get this well up. All right. Might actually have been an upgrade to a deep mine. Get another ox. There we are. Might actually have been better to put it over here. Yeah, that don't make no sense. We're not storing it over there, so yeah, we're gonna move it. There's a lot of wood over here though, so it does feel kind of a shame to put this guy right here. We're gonna do that. I'm gonna take this guy out for now. I think I could have actually moved that. My bad. Maybe I couldn't have. I don't remember. I'm moving too fast. Okay, we're in good shape. We got all our honeys going. Honey, we're at 8 honey. It's gonna take a bit for this to accumulate. You can see there's 1 honey. 1 honey, 1 honey. I need to move... That one had 2 honey in it. I need to get this honey out, right? I need to get this honey out. So yeah, we're going to need one granary worker that just runs around helping out, moving goods. So if you're having issues where you're saying, I have all of these apiaries, and I'm not getting the honey that you're seeing in my prior videos, make sure that they're not full. Because if they're full, they can't produce any more honeycomb. And that's bad. Alright, we have 3 families. You also do need like a few unassigned families for things to run pretty well. Alright, so these are not going to be what we're eventually going to get 40, 40, 40, and more. So right now, like I said, first yields are always kind of crappy. Takes a couple years for your farming to get into a good groove. We're going to up the speed, priority of the granary. Yeah, the honey, things are just not being moved fast enough. That's the problem with the inefficiency, some inefficiencies in having a design like this. It's better to have your houses in granary. That's why I like the Brondo and all that stuff, because the granary worker can efficiently just move around and get goods. So when you build out like this, you're gonna need to account for those extra movements, and so we don't want any of these goods stored here or bread. We don't want any of that stored here, too. So this is just going to be an extra collector of food types. Because food is consumed from the granary, we don't need to worry too much about that. I'm going to put 1 person in, and we turn the market stall off on him. His job is literally just going to be... Actually, we're going to have to turn the market stall on him. I need 8. I need 8 granary workers for 40 burgers plots at 4 food types. So I will actually have to turn that on. This should work. This should work. Upgrade it. So let's get that going. Then we'll get our 4 food types for 40 burgers plots. That's one of the inefficiencies right now, is we just need at least 8 granary workers. All right. There we are. How many people do we have in here? Unassigned. I think the foresters probably should be local too. We're okay. Alright, we got 2 extra families. We have all of our jobs. So now we're just like sitting in a place where I have an enormous amount of workers. I have more money than I know what to do with. We have 87%. Gonna start putting a tax back on. The king is now taxing us, so yeah, we need to accumulate. So you can see here's the problem. As long as you have a worker, you can get honeycomb. I've noticed they get capped out at a... They get capped out, though. So I think the first honeycomb is the transition resource. And then you just need to get that stuff out. You have up to 2. Do you see how it's limited to 2 per day? That's what they're talking. So that's the 2 honey per day thing. So the more of them you have, the faster. But there's just like this really weird math going on. We'll start accumulating honey slowly. You just gotta let them work their magic. If you're having fuel issues, just make sure your work area has trees in it. Alright, 5 months worth of fuel. Yeah, this is getting bad. I'm going to put a reserve of like 40 just so we don't go too crazy in the charcoal, even though it doesn't really matter. I'm not going to put a limit, though. They'll interchange the charcoal and fuel, and it's taken from the storehouse anyways. It don't matter. All right, you can see we have a lot of malt. We're not even able to keep up with how much we need. I put 2 people in the malt house. We're also going to set a fuel reserve. All right, the brewery. We're going to go to tier 3 on the brewery. All right, I think we're at a good spot. We're able to get to tier 3 on everybody. We have enough. We have all the food groups now. We just don't have the wood. Once I get extra families, we're going to go a little crazy. I'm actually even tempted to put a temporary logger right here just to get this wood. We just need wood so bad. All right, perfect. Honey's going, apples coming in. So you can see my honey is starting to slowly accumulate when I have 9, 1 person each. If you don't have, so people may be having issues with honey if they don't have enough of the other food groups. Remember what I told you, it will consume as much food as needed. You don't have other food types, it's going to consume all of that. You need to make sure you have a good spread of food that you can accumulate honey. 403 apples. I said 5. Okay, so we're making 4. Okay. We're making 100 apples per 3. Should be 45. We're doing 30. No, we're getting more apples. Okay, cool. I was like, what is going on? Okay. Oh, there's 100 there. Okay. Almost lost my mind. 470. Okay, yeah, we still got them coming in. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Yeah, yeah. Easy 5 and 5. Perfect. And the honey's starting to accumulate. Our 4 food, so we're consuming food. Our food types are accumulating. We're overproducing food. We need to keep getting these families in, though, to see our true consumption. We're great. So, yeah, the perfect city still works. This is how you would do the shield. The shield 3.0, basically, is what this is. And we'll just keep upgrading burgers plots. But, yeah, we're running low on wood. We're just going to cut down this little area right here full of trees. Gonna get those families in there going. Get this going. All stable. Get ourselves another ox. We have 4 horses. 2 are reserved, but they should still be using the other horse. They're supposed to be. He's waiting. He's transporting. The only way to know if they're using the horse is to click on them. So that's 2 horses. 3 horses. So yeah, they will use all 4 horses. But they'll only be able to reserve 2. That's good. That's still working. Hey, Gillen. Yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, so you're saying you were able to get the Brondo to work with the square? Yeah, you can get it to work with the square. That's good. I like this. I had an easier time with the circle, but you can really get any. Honestly, the concepts are pretty universal. Putting honey in a central location surrounded by farm fields is like the principle. You can see that what you're looking at here, this is a square Brondo city. Like I've merged it with the shield design. So you have industry at ends, you have houses in the middle, and then you put your farming on corners so that it has easy access to the granary. Now, I'm going to be when the patch is official, I'm going to be coming out with a design that is a lot nicer than this. But this is like the prototype for the new patch and the perfect city and the shield and incorporating the honey concept and centering it on the berries. So I have 1 food, 2 foods, 3 foods, 4 foods, 5 foods. There's 5 food types. I don't have to do sausages. I don't have to do any of that crap. I would say that doing pigs in these burgage plots is not a bet. So here's what let's actually talk about this. Talk about like logistics. It's like, why am I not using chicken coops? Why am I not using animal pens here? So if I do this, my granary workers are going to have to come and collect. But With animal pens, they yield meat every 150 days, whereas the chicken coop yields 1 egg every month, which means every month, if I were to put eggs in all of these, my granary workers are going to have to go 1 egg, 2 egg, 3 egg, 4 egg, 5 egg, 6 egg every month. But if you have animal pens and you have the advanced skinning perk, you get basically like 8 per year, and every 6th year you have 3 yields in a year. So I just go with the 2 yields in a year every 150 days, and it's going to depend upon the point in which those things come in. But that means that every like 5 to 6 months, your granary worker's going out and collecting that food versus every month. So the logistic strain of meat, while the yield is lower, it has a lower cost on the workers in your granary. So I do like eggs. I like them for secondary towns where I'm trying to produce like a trade city, because then you can eat the eggs and sell excess. You could if you didn't have a granary, remember what I told you? They eat from the pantries, right? So if you get a church up and you get a tier 1 town, you could technically get away without having food stalls in a really, really, really small example. And then they would just eat the eggs from their houses. So there are some interesting designs you could do, understanding the mechanics at play. But yeah, for large city, I just don't like to do them because I don't need to. And I don't want to put that burden of cost on my houses. Or sorry, my granary workers. That's basically it. But like I said, that's a preference. But yeah, we're at 100%. I mean, like, that's just it. It's just like, I could do that, but I have no incentive. I don't need to. I don't need to do it. There's no benefit. I've already won. I've already maxed it all out. It's just another thing. All right, cool. So now we're doing crushing the. So now I'm even, like I said, I'm overkill. The honey is enough alone. You don't even need to do this bread stuff, but it just helps add and aid and decrease the consumption of other goods. And so by having another food type, I'm decreasing the consumption of honey, which is facilitating my ability to accumulate honey. The other thing about honey is it does not have a spoilage rate, which makes it like one of an ideal trade goods to an extent. Apples I should start probably trading, because a lot of these are just going to spoil if I don't eat them. By quite a bit, like a third of them per year. Yeah, I am partial to pig pen. Like, if I'm not doing anything here, I am partial to pig pens, just because the logistic cost of picking up meat twice a year versus 12 times a year for chicken, it makes sense. So people say, oh, well, the yield sucks, but it's like, yeah, but you also don't have to pick up eggs it's just like, I think people don't realize how good the pens are when you look at it from a different perspective. They're not bad. If I were to do anything in this setup, I would do pig pens. Or you could go the other route. You get 1 meat and you get 1 hide per 150 days with goats, and then you could take all of that leather, which is going to be a cost on the storehouse picking up the leather versus the granary worker. The granary worker will pick up the 1 meat though, but he'll go door to door and do it, and so it's not too bad. And then you could turn that leather around, turn it into boots, and then make more boots for sale. So the animal pen is pretty good. I don't need the eggs. If you watched my perfect city let's play, I use eggs in the second city to help it out. So eggs are really useful, but I don't find eggs very useful unless I can't feed my population. But you can see I'm already at 100 honey. We're going to start having bread here momentarily. And so my honey is going to go through the roof with 9. 9 workers is insanely good. 8 workers can do it. 9 is like, if you want, 8 will do it. But if you're having issues, get that 9th one up, and then like suddenly, magically, your honey will start coming in. So it's a good fail-safe to do 9. I have no problem with 8, but I do know for certain that 9 seems to work magically. All right, charcoal production. All right, we're getting our fuel supply up now with charcoal. But like I said, if you do go into industry, you definitely need charcoal. You're burning. The bloomery just burns so much fuel. All right, and we have our deep core mine, so they're actually going into the mine now. Yeah, underground. That's a new animation. Yeah, do what you will with it. 1 meat, 1 hide every 150 days. 2 meat every 150 days. If you get this perk, it doubles the meat. Fishing ponds, you want to set them to 0.67 or 2/3 of the fish population. Take the fish you're asking what you set fishes to. Take your fish total population times 0.67, and that's the limit you want to set it to. But you're going to need up to 6 families to harvest all of those fish in the 3 months that it procs in March, April, May. All right. Let me see. All right, cool. I like to get all these guys up first when I can. All right, we're in good shape. Everything's dialed. We have exactly as many granaries and storehouses as we need. We have 38 constructed. We can construct 2 more. We're under 75%, so we're not getting families. We have 28 families that can move in. Haven't even tiered. That's what I'm saying. Like, even 40. It's amazing. It's amazing how few burgers plots you actually really need to get a sizable population. All right, so we got 4 crossbows and 3 spear militia. We have 29 spears, 29 large. So we're going to go back to iron parts, and this guy's just going to stay the same. I might start selling shields. Yeah, there's a weird thing that happens with apiaries. 3 to 6, I just don't find I get the synergy needed to stockpile honey. You need at least 8, and 9 is the magic number, and then 12 is about as optimal as you can get. You need about 36 apiaries to hit 2 per day, and there are diminishing returns after 12 apiaries. So honestly, I would just do 12 and be happy with it. If you find 12 isn't enough, then just start increasing it by 3 until you hit a nice equilibrium. But if you're in that situation, that means you have like 50 to 100. No, not even 50. You have to have at least like 100 burgers plots to be in a situation. And you have to not be producing foods in equal parts to be in a situation where you're not accumulating honey. So you have an imbalance that's outside of honey if you're not accumulating it. And it's probably just that you're not producing enough of other food types. So those are the kind of things you need to address. Charcoal burner. Nope. Gonna be a forester. Cool. That was a huge inefficiency. Walking all the way from over there to there. All right, I'll just put 2 people in the forester out there. Get these things planted. And, all right, they got... Oh, I think we're full up. 71 timber. Perfect. All right, we're going to pull these guys out. Got 10 free families. All right. And so, technically, I only need this many farmers, but I have nothing better for them to do. And we might as well start getting up the castle. So we're going to do a double gatehouse. I kind of hate it, but I made enough roads that my traders should not get their heads stuck on the gates. So we're going to do it like so. And we're going to do a long, stringy little circle. Gonna just be a easy setup. And then we're just gonna do a secondary. We can stand on the side. So we want to make this as stringy and long as possible. Make it hard for them to get through here. Double gatehouse basically. Really easy setup. Allows you to shoot from cover. We have our archers can shoot through walls. So they just all die. But traders and people passing through here get their head stuck on it. So having these little routes around it for trade is good. your the way that the enemy AI dials in, enemy AI will immediately go for your archers, even if you have other combat units near. So wherever I place my archers is the direction that the enemy's gonna go. So you don't. It looks really nice to have a single route into your house, but it's kind of a pain in the ass when all the traders are getting bottlenecked in that road because they get their heads stuck on the top of the gatehouse. Yeah, it's annoying, but you know, that's why that's another reason why I don't stagger gate. Like, yes, technically, like staggering your gatehouses and having multiple walls is the way to go, but in the video game, it's really annoying when you do that. But yeah, we'll make our little circle, and it will do a good job. We could definitely have arbitrary walls though that make it look cool, like little wings and stuff, little Batman wings. I don't know. We have way more farmers than we need. 14 and 6. Oof. 23% fertility. Yeah, the first year is always weird, man. Just always so weird. There's a trader. They're using the King's Road. All right, we have 8 free families. I think I'm just gonna like I said, I have no idea what to do with this many people. And this is only 26 burgage plots. I have 40 and I haven't upgraded all of them. But yeah, if you want to get goats or pigs, I don't want to. I don't need them. I have 1.1. So someone's asking me like, why do I only use 1 deep core mine? That's why. I have 1,000 iron ore. 262 iron slabs. Now, I could have them stop making slabs, which would save on a lot of my fuel costs. So we're going to do 300. And that makes me feel good. We can start selling crossbows here, though. We're going to get the Boyer to tier 3. We're going to go crazy. Blacksmith. Yeah. Joiner, no. Joiner, no. He'll be the last. He'll be the last to ever go that high. Okay. And we still have families that haven't moved in. Yeah, this is nuts. We're at 82%. Everybody's drunk. We're producing enough of everything. How much money do I have? 757. So we're doing a little bad on money. So yeah, we do need to dial in on some good trades. And okay, so you remember last time they came, we had a pretty small army. I think I'm gonna have to give them a chance. We're gonna draw this out right here. And remember, we want these guys 2 men thick. I think the 2 men thick there. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a much different. Yeah, we have a much shorter area for shooting. Royal tax increase. What a jerk. Alright, here they come. Yeah. So, let's see. What's our radius here? Oh, it was not showing me my radius. Oh, no, actually, that's like perfect range. Look at that. See the circle? Oh, wait, that's my vision circle. Yeah. Yeah, I think they're right about here. So, we're losing a little bit of accuracy. I give them a little bit of space. If you have them riding the unit in front of them, for some reason, I've noticed it kind of screws everything up. But they should come right up the hill. If they don't come up the hill, I'm going to be really pissed off. Okay, yeah, they see me, and they're coming up the hill. Alright, let's angle. And I want my guys to shoot in a thick line. I wonder what would happen if I do this. Just two tile thick men. I want to see what happens. I've never actually done this before. Because they just shoot in a volley, so you're going to have like 10 bolts hitting 1 or 2 dudes. They might actually drop units faster. We'll find out. Pop these guys up. Make sure that they're too thick. You want at least one guy behind another dude. Yeah, this isn't fair. This is not fair, by the way. This is like a war crime. Yeah, they're shooting downhill. There we go. Oh man, look at that. Oh my god. That is the way to go, man. Get them lined up like that. This, yeah, look at those. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit. It's funny. Oh my god. Alright, there's another unit coming. Alright. You got it, man. That was brutal. Alright, we're gonna... The archers can't have all the fun. Oh my god, man. That was disgusting. It was ridiculous. Like, we just... Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Alright, let's speed this bad boy up. Yeah, so we're just kind of dialing in everything. If anyone has any questions, they can ask me and I can pay attention now. I was a little hyper-focused. But now we're just playing the waiting game. And our castles are going. I do like the diamond around it. I just like the way that the units flow. Looks kind of cool. It's stupid, but it looks cool to me. And yeah, we got a good thing going there. The road across there. Perfect. Alright, so we should have our deep core going forever now. We actually went through quite a bit. I mean, we have 1,000 iron in here. Oh no, we're getting full. Okay, there we go. So we do not want any of that stored here. Everything else is fine. I'm gonna up it. I'm actually gonna put 2 people from here. Hopefully that works. It's kind of weird when you have... I feel like to hyper focus this, I need to say no boots here and no leather in the other one. That way they're each doing the appropriate amount. Yeah. That way they're each doing a tier. Kind of worried. Actually, I don't know. I don't know that I need to think that crazy. Let's see if it becomes a problem before I start making it overly complicated. The further away things are, you're asking if I have a farming plot away from the burgage plot that the workers live in. You want to move it nearer? Yeah. But then you have to factor in other things. The only thing you need to worry about with a burgage plot is its proximity to its work location, its proximity to the storehouse that has firewood and charcoal in it, and a well. Those are the only things they move to. And I guess apparently, is there a friendly ox that they can go to pet? Because they like to pet ox, and I had no idea. I mean, I don't know if they're still making the trek down the canyon. I don't know if the pet farm... Yeah, they're still doing it. Yeah, they're still coming down here to pet the ox, and... Huh, that's weird. I need a policy, a no ox petting policy. But yeah, basically, the further away you are... That's why I have this house down here and have it dialed in to this logging camp and the forester, is so that they don't have to walk all the way down there all the time. And they have a well down there. The only thing they have to do is get the firewood, but keep in mind, you only one family member per month has to walk to get firewood for the whole plot. So that could be far away, but the one thing that you want to make sure is that you have a house and that you have a well. If you have a house and you have a well, it's probably going to work itself out, and you don't have to worry too much about firewood thing. Like I said, only one person has to go to get it. And if you have a tier 3 house, you're going to have 4 families. So literally one person, the entirety of that 4 families per month has to go get it. That's not that bad of a trek, you know. Not that big of a deal. Alright, we have 8. Beautiful. They're not getting enough clothing. Okay, yeah. Alright, 2 stalls. Perfect. Oof. But yeah. Oh, you know what we should do? I have a better idea. No. Let's go back to 4 here. Let's only stock what we're using for market stalls here. Actually, hold the phone on that. Let's use this as the everything since it's already full. We're gonna turn off the market stall locations. I'm gonna put 1 gentleman in here. We're gonna crank this up to 4. Okay, all 4 here. And this location is going to be the only place. It's going to be a lot easier to transfer the few goods into here. This is going to be the only place that does clothing, shoes. None of that. And leather. So all of these items that can be used for clothing. Perfect. Okay. So we'll get that going. And then this guy is just going to be all the iron, boards, and everything else. So we can pull all the leather out. Man. I just have so much iron. I almost need another storehouse just simply for iron. I mean, we have the people. Why not, right? I'm going to do another one for just iron. How's it going, Landon? Oh man, perfect. Perfect. Yeah. But you can see we're getting full up, man. Alright, so yeah, now why do they have crossbows over here? Oh, that must have been before. But now they're just gonna fill this thing up. I think we're also gonna focus on our economy, which is growing, but we're gonna kick it into stupid mode. And we're gonna start selling crossbows, and we'll sell anything over 60. So we're gonna want a cap of 50 plus. Let's do an even 100. There we go. Crossbows. We're gonna get 8. You kidding me? What? All right, all right. Oh, they nerfed warbows. Only 5. Oh, okay. So crossbows, you know, get a little bit more. Perfect. All right, well, we're eventually going to make both. I think, because we're going to get to a point where we're not spending wood anymore. Oh, that's interesting. All right. Upgrade you. Okay, so he should only have leather and boots. This one should only... Yeah. It's going to take a bit for this to remedy itself. It's going to. We're at 100. All right. We're filling up fast on that iron. That's what I only have... Yeah, I'm going to boot that down to 1 guy, because holy cow. I guess we could start producing tools for trade, too. I mean, we got a lot of stuff going on here. So let's utilize this correctly. Go to the trade post. I like to stick to 4. I don't do multiple trade posts because of the way that traders come in and purchase. You can have up to 50 units in between trade posts of a good. So if I have 5 in one trade post and 45 in another, it used to be they went to the closest trade post to purchase goods. Now it's random. But if they go to the one that has 5 units, they purchase those 5 units and then they leave. They just leave. They only buy 5 and the other guy has 45. So I found a lot of... I mean, they're going to overhaul the trading system completely. That's why I really don't like to talk about trade mechanics, because it's almost irrelevant. The next patch is going to address trade issues, but I found a lot of success knowing that process and just having one trade post and just making sure that I'm always selling exactly what I want. 6? Wow, tools are actually really cool. Let's reserve 20 and sell everything else. I'm just making arbitrary numbers, but iron parts. Crossbows. Oh yeah, we want to set the cap on crossbows. I think 110 actually. The smithy's doing a good job. No, he's not. Doing a terrible job. Alright, well, he'll get up to speed soon. Let's upgrade this well for no apparent reason, other than I want to. No market stall set up here. They're actually putting crossbows and stuff in here. Yeah, I want all weapons and additional iron. And these are all good too. I just need an extra little general storage area. I'm going to put one guy in there to help out. But now that we have a pretty massive industry, we need to make sure we have adequate storage for everything. But I think it is good to have a dialed-in storehouse for all your market stalls. Because this, like, look how full this thing is getting of stuff. It's insane. All right, these are all tier 3. The main thing holding us back is just it just takes time to get all your families in. But we're at a 309 pop. Food is... We're gonna stop trading food items now. This is really dialed in for exactly how much food that you need. So no more trading any kind of food. Let's see what happens when I stop. Eventually we'll be able to trade honey, because honey doesn't expire. Veggies are hurting a little bit. Iron ore. I guess, actually, let's start selling iron ore again. And I don't think we need more than 250. That's why I've never needed more than one mine. I've never needed it. I guess we should put 2 people in here now, though. I think we're going to start selling a lot of it. So, yeah, I mean, we already have a lot. So, we're importing barley unless we have it. We're not trading any foods anymore. We're exporting iron ore. We're exporting, we're going to stop exporting firewood. We might start exporting charcoal momentarily. We're exporting tools. And we're exporting crossbows. That's more than enough, realistically, for us. So, tools, crossbows, iron. That's going to bring in a lot of money. And that's going to help us with our tax situation, which is not even an issue. They're not. It does not appear that they're moving. They are moving the goods, from my perspective. Why is he not doing the 4th stall? I have to figure something out here real quick. There's not enough free stall. Okay. There needs to be 4. We need 4 stalls here. It's gonna make a big mess. There we go. It was hauling stuff up to that place, and I don't want doing that. All I would recommend, though, is that you do have a dialed-in storehouse for your leather and all that. They're moving other stuff in here, but they're not doing it in mass. Just the way it goes sometimes. And then he's just a... I just have him as a backup in case this guy breaks down. Take excess from. This iron. Alright, we got clay tiles at the wazoo. Cobbler, tier 3 it is. And these guys just don't have families in them yet. We're still so this, like I said, I have 16 families farming. I only need like 9. But here we go. See, now we're getting 78, 48, 70, 62 barley. So like I said, the first years are always crap. That's because the fertility is above 40%. So you can actually get barley and wheat on the shittiest soil in the game. You just need to be smart about it and put it in the right place. And then import the rest of it. So this barley that I'm producing is not enough for this whole city. But coupled with the better deals perk, it's dramatically decreased the cost and the quantity at which I am importing to maintain a 100% entertainment for 40 burgers plots. It's going to be totally easy for us to do this. So keep in mind, if you have a second tavern, they're stealing alcohol from each other. As we saw, it did look like the granary was putting alcohol into the large tavern and then stealing it back. So the brewery here is tier 3. It has a generic storage of 150, a pantry of 79. So you can see that the pantry is being used for ale. So I can store up to 150 ale here, and I can store up to 50 ale in the large tavern. This is only enough for 50 burgers plots. It says 100, but it's actually 50. If you want to go over 50 burgers plots, what you would need to do is make sure your taverns are not so close that it's easy for them to go back and forth moving booze around. So just like put it over here. So yeah, hopefully they patch that I mean, I would assume they're going to patch that, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. But if you're playing the beta, it's really screwed up. Yeah, they really nerfed trading too. Again, this is kind of why I don't want to waste my time on trade guides, because they haven't really spent the amount of time they need to spend on it, and it's gonna, per my understanding, it sounds like they're gonna completely even change it, because the issue is that the pathfinding from trade points to trade posts, it's a novel idea, but it's clunky. If they get stuck on a tree, they get stuck on an ox's ass, it stops. It's not fluid. So like they need a system, in my opinion, that doesn't rely on pathfinding. Like, I get it, it makes the world immersive and all that, but it's hard. It's hard to get perfect. It's always like running, like the traders, their heads get stuck on the top of this gatehouse. So I've had it where traders get like stuck here forever, and like, watch. There's always an example. But dude, that guy just Tokyo drifted. Oh no, he's making, so like this is what I'm talking about. This trader is like Tokyo drifting on my road instead of like, you know, moving. And then sometimes they get stuck. Okay, cool. They didn't get stuck, but you can see that there are pathfinding issues. Speed this up a bit. That's why I do these little angled things like this. And you want to make sure that when you're building these guys that they're not down too low. So there's headspace. So those are the kind of things that I take into consideration when I do this. Now, if I had a unit in front of this, the trader would actually get stuck on that unit. They actually bump into things. But yeah, the traders are going. It's just trade is just kind of annoying. If you get too many trade carts, though, they'll get stuck on each other, and they'll get stuck inside the gatehouse. And like I said, if you have a unit in front of the gatehouse, you can actually cause like some massive bottlenecks in your trade if you're not paying attention. So it's pretty silly, but that's just the way it is. Yeah, they should. Like I said, they're talking about completely overhauling it, so I don't want to critique it too much, because it's kind of a place. In my opinion, it's kind of like a placeholder trade system, and it's not the final product, you know? All right. But yeah, like at this point, we're just trying not to overload all of our workers, but we have 4 families per bender. And so, yeah, like the Flexo's like super overkill, as you can see. Look how many veggies, apples, how much honey. We have a little bit of bread coming in as a 5th type. That's reducing the consumption of other goods. We don't really need any more bread. I like having the 5th food type just to alleviate the consumption of other goods. It's definitely overkill. And I mean, I have nothing better to do with these people. Anyway, I have 12 unassigned families, and I don't know what I'm going to do with them. But, yeah. So, just to kind of reiterate, like, how you want to approach farming, these yellow fields are perfectly fine. As long as you do 1 Morgan plots, you're going to have a very efficient system. This yellow here is fine. This is above 40%. This here is dog shit. Bad. 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 All of this yellow and all that, or orange and red, bad. Yellow, good. As long as you have like 38% fertility and above, you're going to get, on 1 Morgan, a pretty decent haul. It's not bad. So 1 Morgan at like the 45s and is like 70, 62. You could basically expect to get 40 barley per 1 Morgan of 40% fertility, like if you want to be really conservative in your math. And you can get about, like, yeah, 78 to 80 per 1 Morgan of decent land. This is actually really decent land, so that's a bad example. This is, you can see green. So this part's green. You see the pluses. Yeah, you'll do fine. Just do the best you can. And, because think about, let me put it this way. How much barley is that right there, right? It's like 132? 132 barley. How much does barley cost me to import? 7. And that is with the better deals perk. It's 12 per. So, you guys get what I'm talking about? That's thousands. That's over 1,000 wealth per year in savings. So that's 1,000 more regional wealth in my pocket, more wealth that I'm able to tax. It is very, very much encouraged to do this stuff. If you can do 3 one more, like you have enough yellow to do 3 one Morgans, that's ideal. Like, that's ideal right there. I mean, I could. I have no reason not to, especially with how many people I have. But I just don't care at this point in juncture. This one's too kind of far away. But if you have something like this, though, oh my god. You can make a killing. I wonder, actually, if we go back to the trading post and we look at barley, it exports it too. So it's not really a good trade. Flax exports it too. Wheat and rye. These aren't good. These aren't, in my opinion, very grand. It's not, when you look at like berries though, and you look at how much wheat you can grow, I would say wheat's probably better than exporting berries to an extent. But when you look at the per family cost of production on a lot of food, they're equal in certain ways. So, man, we're clear cutting those berries though. Okay, well, it's the beginning of the year, so we're about to get a bunch more berries. So I think we're actually doing good. And I think that we have 4 and 5 and 6 families. I'm going to watch this a little bit more. Like I said, I have noticed that 7 families seems to be the new optimal. But we have 407 honey and growing. I'm most likely going to have to start trading. Yeah, we're actually going to preemptive. I would say honey doesn't expire. The one food that does not expire, it is one of the... It's amazing for that reason. So I'm going to say anything over 350 honey, we export at 3 a pop. But we have 16 free families. We have 13 more families moving in. I have not even upgraded all of these double burgage plots. Oh my god. I don't even know what you would do. Like, I don't even know what to do with 40 burgage plots worth of families. You need about 350 people to hit your max army, which we're already there. So 40 burgage plots is going to literally allow you to do everything that you want. I think it's time for us to start spending some of our hard-earned cash. You need tier 3 in order to equip mail armor. Only members of tier 3 housing can equip mail armor. I don't know how many people don't know that, but it's not something I've mentioned a bit because I tend to keep my men naked. Plate. We're going to import helmets. And remember that they'll equip this, so you really only need to put like a surplus of 20. This is like after they're equipped, so they'll equip from this and everything will be great. You don't even have to buy a trade out if you don't want to. No, actually you do. Sorry, it's a major trade. Major trades require a trade, right? My bad. But yeah, we're doing great. We're making a fortune. Let's see it. Let's actually like go and see, because there's the trade tab they got. So throughout all time, we made 3 grand on firewood, 4,300 on berries, 1,800 just straight up selling iron ore, 2 grand on carrots, or vegetables, I should say. It's just a carrot icon. It's actually random vegetables. We spent 5 grand on barley, 1,500 on clay, 500 on stone. We've sold 832 worth of crossbows and 342 worth of tools. But we just recently started doing that. So let's look at the current year. So in the current year, iron ore. So this is why I told people, it's like, if you have a deep mine, like I've just been selling ore. It's like you don't have to spend any fuel cost on it, and you make a pretty penny. The previous year was primarily berries, ore, and crossbows, and some firewood. So yeah, I'm a big fan of just selling ore. It's a pretty silly trade. We're kind of going through our iron ore though now. So we're 300 down from where we were. I'm gonna put 4 people in here, and that's gonna be more than enough. But yeah, if you wanted to just straight up sell massive quantities of iron ore, I guess you could make a argument that instead of going into industry, you just put 2 deep core mines and go haywire. There's no wrong answer. Like I said, it's all opinions. Level 2. Level 2. All right. I don't know what else. I mean, I want to show you guys the final result, but I feel like it's taken forever. I mean, this is gonna hold up. A lot of this food is just expiring. So, all right, yeah. I think the new meta is actually 4 forager huts split up between 6 families. So you don't need that 7th family. We're able to get it down before it's proc. So we got 6 out of 128, 81. So you see there's that 80 proc. Good to show that stuff in real time. But that's all that's happening is it's procking by 80. So all this does, forest management, is double the capacity. But it doesn't change that proc. The proc is always 80. So if you have enough families, you just quickly harvest it. And it doesn't matter. Having that perk would just mean I could get an additional 128 berries if I weren't optimally harvesting. So that means nothing to me. It has no value. I don't gain anything from it. Because I would have, there you go, another 80 proc. I would have to not be harvesting my berries efficiently, fast. Like, it might say I might be able to get away with 5 families, but eventually those procs are just going to overwhelm it. I have to still harvest. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It doesn't really do anything. So I think that's going to change. I think that at some point it's going to be associated, because when you look at something like fishing, this absolutely is incredibly worth it, because it doubles the maximum capacity, and how much fish is replenished is based upon the existing amount of fish. So that essentially like doubles the amount of fish you're able to get in a year. They really need to like look at the per worker return, and then the per worker return with perks, and then like just dial all this into a science. Because like, think about it. I have 6 families getting 880 berries. I have 9 families getting around 2 to 300 honey per year. It seems like more like 200 right now, right? And I have I only need 10, but I have 10 families going for bread on crap land, and I'm not able to bring in enough bread. But let's not count that, because it is crap land. I have 1 person doing meat. A couple of people doing meat can bring you about 1 to 200. So when you look at like the per worker ratio, like a forager hut on rich land, if it weren't rich, it would be a max of 440 berries per year. But you're looking at like between 75 to 100 food per year per worker. And with these guys, you're looking at something like 50, like between 25 and 50. And then you look at these guys. So we have, they're technically still able to work, and so that's a whole nother kind of math you would have to do but all the food types should be like really dialed in mathematically. They need like everything should be like almost equal, in my opinion. Like they're like berries right now are stupid broken. Veggies and apples are not broken, but they're better. But your only encouragement to go into these other food types is to meet the approval bonuses and to reduce the consumption of other goods, and then the spoilage mechanics which are happening in the background, right? So there's just like it's not really well balanced, is what I'm getting at. It's not balanced. I think foods be like almost identical in a lot of ways. And then when you go into a region, you have your advantages, like your rich deposits and, you know, your good farmland, and you play to those advantages. But there are certain foods which are just exceptionally better. That's the way it is. That's the way the cookie crumbles. And again, that's just my opinion. And so, who gives a shit? That's how I would develop the system, but that doesn't matter. It really doesn't. At the end of the day, I'm just going to look at how things work, and I'm going to look at things from a practical standpoint. I'm an accountant in real life. That's my day job. So when I look at something, I don't really give a shit about feelings. I look for like what produces the most per person. Like first you're looking at what is the objective. How can I hit that objective? What is the best way to minimize my cost to achieve that objective? And then I orchestrate a strategy. But I personally think that these things should be pretty much equal, like per person cost. That way, people. The problem with games is it's hard to balance metas. Every time you change one piece of code, it can give advantage to another area of the game, and every single game has this problem where they're trying to balance metas. All right, Billy Bob is getting attacked, and that's what I'm getting at, is that there are metas and there are foods that are so far away from being balanced that while the game will always have metas, there are just massive disparities in certain food productions that I think could be brought into balance. And they're pretty glaring and obvious to me. All right, so we're being attacked. We have to fight. So the Lord is about to come for us, and I'm really hoping we get to fight in this little castle. All right, let's do it. Resolve the enemies declared. No! Okay, so I have to be in this circle to start the battle, and I really, really want to fight in my fort. You actually know what would be kind of funny? We don't do a whole bunch of cliff fighting, do we? I kind of want to see if I can shoot from this cliff side. All right, so I'm going to send these guys in to be in the circle. How much time do I have? Okay, they're approaching from this end. Okay, so we're gonna do a switcheroo. The old switcheroo. I'm gonna put these individuals. I don't want them to be touching the wall, because it's actually good to double wall. The enemies can. What's the terminology for it? You know, like the Flash, how he can go through objects. He moves really fast. Kind of what they do. All right, and then yeah, you just have your spear units there, and you have a spear unit on the backside. There you go. All right, so we just need to be in the circle. Yeah, for a normal berry deposit, do the exact same thing. 3 forager huts, 4 to 6 families, and you'll get 440 per year. That's a set it and forget it approach. Technically, once there's 11 procs in the growing season, and it lasts like a couple of months. All right, and yeah, so you'll get 440 berries, which is like honestly more than enough, because I'm getting up to 880 berries per year, and a lot of those berries are just going to spoil if I don't sell them. And we already looked at dyes, and dyes only sell for 1 more, so I don't know if dyes are really worth it. I'd honestly have to take a closer look at what the costs are and how much dyes I get per. Oh shit, why are they not? I think I screwed it up. Okay, that's fine. One archer's gonna go that way. Let's just focus on the battle at hand. They're about to all get bamboozled. Oh, that hurt. They're gonna try to get through here, but oh man, oh my god, that was not cool. We're just annihilating them. That's so broken. We gotta pause real quick because I got a archer over here. Okay, I'm gonna pull this guy back a little bit more. I don't want the archers pecking him off. All right, let's get back to this. All right, so they're in the hole. Yeah, you can see. So what happens when they attack a castle is they're not facing forward and getting that defensive buff. They're sideways. So it's like I'm shooting them all from behind. Oh shit, I did not mean to hit that fast button. We just killed a bunch of them. It's like I'm hitting them from behind. See, they're not facing a direction. They get confused. All right, they're all dead. So castles are stupid OP for that reason. But we're going to have to fight multiple battles because it's all skirted. But that's cool. We'll keep him over here. This guy is not going to make it too far. Selling raw materials is worth it, in my opinion, if you have a rich deposit of it. And you have the rich deposit perk. I'm selling iron ore right now. 1180. Okay, yeah, we're in good shape. Right now our men are all fighting, though, so we're not producing much of anything. All right, so this is gonna be funny. We have 65 bodies to bury, but 89 bodies to bury. I'm gonna put 3 people in the church, man. We gotta really get to work. We could put up a corpse pit. I've always liked to give them a proper Christian burial, but I think we're gonna put a corpse pit up next to the castle to make it easier to haul these bodies. Cause yeah, I got 3 people from the church. They're all hauling, and they updated this last patch that you actually get to visually see them hauling the body. It's a beautiful thing. Look at the yeah, let's take in this wonderful and glorious view. But yeah, they came to the wrong castle. Came to the wrong place. Yeah, it's a gorgeous map. But yeah, just simple little... I used to do the Pac-Man, and then I realized Pac-Man looks dumb. And now I just do this little inner gate holder. It just really... It's like shooting fish in a barrel. You just have to be really careful on your clearance, or you can cause massive issues. Or at least have a road around it so that traders don't have... But you saw the traders, they still went right through it, which really pisses me off. So I think we're gonna do a road around it for the traders. I have to do another road like this to make it look normal, but I'm just trying to make sure the pathfinding is decent. But yeah, unfortunately, I have to attract them into this circle to start the war. Oh man, 126? Yeah, we're gonna need a corpse pit. Let's get a couple people out here. So you can glitch this if I write back, but I don't care about glitching it. I'm just gonna fight them over and over again. I actually like fighting in this game, so I don't want to end the conflict. They're gonna have real. They are going to have battering rams and sieges. That is planned. They're gonna have but that's gonna be a while. But that is planned to have this. There's so many features in this game that aren't even completed. Like, this is just a placeholder. The towers on this don't even work. So if you go to Castle Planner and you go to a garrison tower, that increases retinue size. You go to the outer tower, it provides 10 garrison space. Garrison units and villagers shoot projectiles at approaching units. Working, yeah. So eventually, you might even be able to use your citizenry to shoot bow and arrow out of towers. So I'm hoping that they have real big battles. Like I want like 40 units coming in. I want like 1,000 soldiers coming at me. That would be so cool. But yeah, we're just running the timer right now, and you know we're above 75%. Families are moving in. We have 18 available spaces. So, I mean we're getting there. I don't know how much more to show though. All I wanted to show is that this build can easily feed everybody, and I mean I think I've proven that. The bread is there, but we'll keep it going at least for a little bit longer. It's just taking quite a bit of time to get these extra families in. All right, so they're sending another army. Yeah, cool. We get to kill more people. This is one way. If you like the battles in this game, this is one way to kind of glitch it out. Because remember what I said, the enemy units will hone in on archers. It's just a weird way that the AI works and the pathfinding works. Is they see an archer and they can't resist. We'll see if that rings true right now. Yeah, it still rings true. These guys are going towards the other guy over here. But once these units engage, they all get kind of weirded out. This isn't going to end well. For these guys, it's not going to end well. It looks like I got some of the bodies, but yeah, we had to pick up so many bodies. Won't somebody think of my poor farmers who have to pick up all these bodies? So you can see they can shoot through the floor right now, so there's not like an actual, I don't know. They got armor-piercing rounds. That's why crossbows are stupid OP. We'll go in the cinematic mode and watch the glory. Oh yeah. Oof, that was a lot of dead bodies. Alright, so now they're going to try to get through, and they're going to get really confused about how to get through this, and few of them will get in, and they'll have to fight the spearmen, and while they're fighting the spearmen, They're getting shot from all sides. I like that they shoot the people running away now, though, too. I really like that. That's my style totally right there. No survivors. All right. So that individual is coming back up. We killed another unit while I wasn't looking. And then these archers are going to get all massively shot. Okay. They're taking out a few of my people, so get these crossbowmen outside. There we go. If I send any other kind of enemy melee unit, they'll just run away. So we lost. Oof. They actually took out a few. They took a few guys out. All right. That's all right. We can replace them. Everybody's replaceable. Now we got 79 more bunnies. So yeah, we just like killed, I don't know, a couple hundred people. We lost like 16 because I just didn't care. So I'm a terrible steward. There we are. And there it is. Perfect. 1.8 thousand food. Yeah, bread's really hard to keep up with, but it does help. Apples are doing really well. Honey is doing really well. I think we're actually going to come back to the trade post. Alright, we won the battle. And I'm going to up this to 400. I don't know why I like that number. I'm just noticing. There we go. There we go. And now we get to watch the bumper cars. So this is what I was talking about, pathfinding. Stuff like this is actually a good way to show you how annoying pathfinding is inside of these castles. But they're getting better. Single file line. But it has mostly to do with the height. Alright, they're doing really good, actually. This is probably one of my better castles. You can see some of them are walking upstairs and getting all turned around, though. Well, the cost is they're not working. Keeping your troops rallied all the time. They're all the guys. So it's only the women and, like, the children working. But yeah, there's a huge cost. Alright. Well, we got a big pit we can throw the dead in. I got 3 people in the church working. Alright, we're doing good. We have 14 more living spaces. We're at 68%. I have 5,500 treasury. At 14 regional wealth. We're booze solvent. I don't know. No, we're not. Alright, we have 10 overstock. Alright, but the booze is coming in now. The booze will flow. Alright, we're going to put our alcohol limit up to 150 now. Since we can store 150 in here. That way we're just always... Yeah, this is... Okay, we're going to have to go to 3 families in the tavern, I think. We have 45 ale. Okay, yeah. When you're in that situation, they're just not able to pull the alcohol in fast enough. But they're... Since we're not storing it in the granary and I'm storing it only in the brewery, the spoilage is incredibly high in the pantry, much higher than a granary. But as we saw, the granary was stealing the alcohol back, causing an issue. We have 2 families in this brewery now, and that's probably way more than enough to produce 150. I think you can actually produce several hundred. And there we go. We're back up to 100%. 33 burgage plots. So we need 33 in the pantry. Ish. I don't know. It's kind of doing its thing. There we go. 33. Perfect. But yeah, you can only do 50 with a large tavern. It says 100, but that's not right. Alright, we're doing a beautiful job. It's a beautiful day. Let's see what everything's doing. Right. We have 1.7 thousand fuel. This is why I hate trade. If we could control what items were in a trade post, I would have so much more trade going. But I hate the way they split items, like I said, and if there's only 5 items in a trade post that the trader goes to, that's the only... He doesn't go to the place that has the 45. It just gets all types of weird. Alright, it looks like we need more production. So, Bloomery is going to go up. Smithy is going to go up. The clay furnace is fine. This guy's... I don't know what he's doing, but he's doing a good job, I guess. And everybody else is cool. We're keeping up production everywhere. Perfect. Tearing up where we can. The cities definitely look a lot better when you get all tier 3. I really hate the tier 1 and tier 2 houses. They're just so poor. I mean, I guess it's okay. It just looks like shit. Like, you go from having this, like, thatch roof to this, like, beautiful clay-tiled roof, you know? I'm hoping that they put in, like, another burgers plot level, to be honest. That'd be kind of cool. I don't know what a tier 4 burgers plot would be, though. I mean, tier 3 burgers plots are honestly pretty freaking nice houses. Except for these, like, peeper windows. I don't know. These windows kind of creep me out. This is... If I were, like, walking down a street and someone was, like, peering at me from this, like, small little creeper window, I'd be like, the fuck are you looking at? It's a different vibe. It's just a different vibe, man. It's just, like... Because, like, you can't see the full face, you know what I mean? Like, you can only see half the face. It's just rude. That's a rude window. I don't like it. These little peeper windows. Oh no. Yeah, they all have little peeper windows. Yeah, that would be cool if you could you're right. If you could change the way that they look. That'd be cool if you could cycle through the design types or something. Yeah, that'd be pretty neat. Like when you hit the upgrade button, like choose what you want it to look like. I don't know how difficult that would actually be to implement. It would just be a user, like the art's already there. All they'd have to do is incorporate an interface that allowed you to select it instead of it just being random. Yeah, so it does seem like 6 families is working just fine on the rich wild berries, but it looks like the 4th forager hut is now necessary. So we have additional 15 living facilities. I have 19 unemployed people who are most likely spending their days traversing down this cliffside and petting the ox. I don't know. These ox look very depressed. Oh my god. Okay, these guys are actually guiding. It's interesting they walk all the way around if they're guiding, but if they want to go pet the ox, oh, it's because of the road. They're calculating the road pathway, but when they're not taking an ox, they'll go right down this little cliffside. But they have these ox to pet now. So I think there's a horse over here. I think that the petting farm actually worked. The petting zoo. Petting farm. Yeah, farming pets. Alright. And we're doing pretty well on iron. We were at 1.3, so now we're at 1.2. We have 60 malt. We have 52 ale. I have an enormous amount of crossbows still being sold. We have spears in reserve. We have a full army. We're at 381 pop and growing. But yeah, it's relatively absurd how... I know I get caught up like, oh, I can only have up to 50 burgage plots at the large tavern. But realistically, once you go past 400 population, you really start to become inefficient. You start consuming things that you could be selling. I have 20 families doing nothing. And because I can't really, and because trade really needs an overhaul, this does seem to be like kind of the artificial cap in the game as far as like what is efficient. Once trade is overhauled, all of those equations completely change, and you could go easily to multiple thousands and have it be incredibly efficient, especially with a rich iron deposit and being able to stack mines. Like I'd probably have multiple smithies, but yeah, I think that iron like if you're looking at trade, I think iron is probably the way to go once they revisit this and fix it. But everything is hunky-dory. Let's get this joiner shop to tier 2 so I don't forget it. And a lot of these buildings just need families to move in. But we're doing great. We're at 6,000. Okay, we're at 71%. I'm going to put this down to 3. If I go to 4%, no, 4% is good. 5% you get -3. So we're going to hit this at 4 for a -2 approval bonus. Beautiful. Oh, I could take over the map. Yep. I don't need to, though. He can't... The Lord can't do anything to me. I'm not really interested in playing the actual game. Right now, I'm just kind of dialed in and showing you a 40-plot burgage city that's stupid overpowered. The Billy Bob. He's a work in process. Or progress. Both process and progress. I do have a more novel idea for it, but at its core, this is what it looks like. What's cool about the design is houses can go one way and other buildings can go one way, and then you just have intersections of food. I mean, a lot of my designs are just optimally overkill, but you can get away with quite a bit of different designs. 400 honey, but yeah, see, look at my honey. 400. People tell me they're not getting honey. I have no idea what's happening to you. I've never had a problem. If I do, I just put one more apiary and it usually resolves itself, but I have had consistent results with 8 to 12. If you have 6, you're not going to get, like, it just doesn't work. But, like, something magical happens when you hit that 8th apiary and things just start clicking. It's stupid. The math on it is, like, freaking weird. Like I said, it takes, like, 32 apiaries to hit max. But you don't get that much more honey. for like, between 8 workers and 32 workers. So... yeah, I just want like a little bit of tax coming in. So, could I do a better job? Probably. Could I make them just a little bit happier? I don't know. We're at 100% on everything. Granary is at optimal. It's peaked. It's exact because we have exactly what we need. They're having a little bit of a tissy fit, so I'm just gonna put one more dude in there. So what happens here is you have these abandoned stalls which are taking up plots. Delete them. Hopefully they fix this too. There we go. Alright, we're just going to do one more stall to account for the 5th food variety that's going in. But we're good. We're at 1.6 thousand. We're at 2. Oh my gosh, I'm going to have to start selling charcoal. I got too much. I got 4 items that are for sale. Actually, we have plenty of room. Let's sell some more stuff. 5 items seems pretty good. What you have to take into consideration is pantry and storage, right? I can have up to 10. Wow, I can actually have up to 10 trade items in one trade post if I want to get technical. I might have to revisit trade at some point. I have been avoiding trade. I don't want to spend any time on it when I know the system is going to change so much. Do 500. Anything over 500 coal we're selling. I'm going to get a 5th horse to have an extra horse near. There's nothing in this stable. Alright, the malt house is a malting. The brewery is doing good. The tavern, we're at 100%. Keeping that booze coming in. And this should be an let's just do a stupid overstock. Cool. Yeah, the booze is flowing in pretty good there. Alright. Okay. I mean, dang. We're there. All it is really is the family's coming in, but food is stable. The bread's really helping out quite a bit. We're actually trading honey. We have one of the ugliest and most efficient forts in all of the lands. It looks marvelous when you come up here. The only thing I could think of to do is to give it like the Batman. But then, yeah, these pathways would all suck. Oh no. Yeah, you can do outer towers, like such. Outer towers are pretty cool. Good way to increase everything, but completely unnecessary. But then, yeah, you can do the Batman. But wings, I don't want to do anything like that. I'm just going to build those little outer towers to make it look more castle-y. Castle-y is definitely a new word, but a good one. Alright, yeah, and our granary is just starting to get mobbed. Oh, this one's not doing good. Yeah, so 8 is how much you should need. 9 is going to help us with that extra food variety type. So between 8 and 10 granary workers is going to be ideal. All right. Got new families moving in. We're getting up. We have above 75% approval. We only have a few more living spaces. Our food is holding pretty darn constant. The rain's not grand. Sometimes I feel like this game hates me. Yeah, the barley here sucks. What's going on? We may have had a drought. We may have had a drought that I'm not aware of. I don't know. Droughts will do that. Droughts also increase spoilage rate too, so you can have droughts come through that just really screw you up. But we'll let it go for now. The wheat's fine, but the barley sucks. Luckily, oh, we're broke. Oh, that's because we're importing all that armor. Yeah, we're gonna be a little broke until, so we have 34 chain, 36. Ooh, we're almost fully stocked. That part always hurts. Oh, when, ooh, fighting. Yay, fighting. All right, we got 4 people coming from out of nowhere. All right. Well, we're even, what's funny is we're even more OP now, which is kind of silly. I think they do need to revisit the difficulty of combat, because if combat were more scary, I think it would make me feel a little bit better. I want to be scared. I'm not scared at all. I shouldn't be like thrilled that someone's coming to kill me, you know? Like I should be like, "Oh yeah. they're going to try to kill me. This is going to be good." Like I shouldn't have that reaction to the enemy coming. Like, thank God I got to get a break away from this monotonous city building. So yeah, that's definitely a sign that it needs some work. Very good. But again, maybe that says more about me than the game. Who knows? Just again, my opinion. All right, here they come. Yeah, if you put too many manor wall nodes, it caused an issue, but I'd have to revisit that to really. It could have just been a me thing. But look at that. We got chain. We got helmets. Look how sexy these guys are now. These guys they got it going on. I mean, this is the pride. They do look a lot better with proper armor and helmets. They don't look as poor. I like that. I like that a whole bunch. Yeah, these are some ruthless looking dudes. All right, let's do this. Oh my God. Oh, dude, we just took out like 8 people there. They don't like those guys. Those guys already gave up.
My liege, hold your ground. Orders, my lord.
Oof. It's just, yeah, war crimes are being committed. This isn't even, this is just awful. Why are crossbows they're like literally like muskets or guns or something, dude. It's just like stupid powerful. I mean, they aren't wearing armor, so yeah, they didn't really have a chance. No friendly fire, thankfully. But yeah, these are not good results for them. Did I kill them all? I thought there was like 2 more. I feel like there should be more people. 1, there's 2, there's 3. And the 4th one must have fled. Oh yeah, yeah. This shouldn't work. Like I said, I get comments about historical accuracy on my videos, and I'm like, bro, like, it's a video game. The best way to do something is not how it's done in reality. It's what utilizes the mechanics of the game. But yeah, the narrow lines definitely should not work very well at all. But they do. They're great. And that's because of the way that everything flies out and how it moves through objects without touching them. Yeah, crossbows are pretty tight. I'm pretty sure all of us just want to be Daryl Dixon though if we use crossbows. Guns are a lot more efficient. The only thing I like about crossbows is they don't make that loud bangy noise. So that's one advantage. I mean, some of the modern crossbows are crazy. They have scopes on them. They're really, really, really accurate. But yeah, if you're scared of making loud noises, crossbows are really good. I'm gonna put an off ramp right there. For some reason, I kind of want to do this too. Bunch of little spiraling little things. Okay. All right. Yeah, everything's dialed in. Got another tier 3 house right there. Tier 2. Tier 2. Got a few more families to bring in. We're at 1.7 food. Everything's holding up. Doing a good job. The bread, if I didn't have the bread, I'd be in some bad shape right now. I actually am pretty tempted to put a bunch of piggies in here, though. That meat, since they only have to go and gather it a couple times a year, and I do already have meat on the menu. I already have the hunting camp. It's not that expensive. And these guys aren't doing anything. The only thing I don't like about the animal pens is it does make my city look kind of ghetto. Get some piggies. Alright. I don't know why I'm doing that. That's a force I have it. I could have just clicked on the next building. But yeah, because I'm just going to have this like sloppy mess of pig trash. Pretty much like you just walk down this alley and all you see are outhouses and pigs. It's not a good vibe. It's not the kind of vibe that I like. You're getting stung by bees. It smells like pig shit. It's like it's not the vibe that I'm going for. It's not what I wanted. It's not what I want from my people. But it's what they're gonna get. All right. Pig shit and bee stings. That's Billy Bob in a nutshell. All right. We're getting close. We're at 420 pop, and we're still growing. So 40 burgers plots like this, and we do have like a cup. You know, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 single. We got the double down here. And we're not going to do any kind of extension for this gentleman. Alright, tier 3. Tier 3. Only 2 more houses to go. I need people to move in. Got the piggies down here. So that's just going to give us a little bit more meat. Not very often. So 672 berries. We should probably start trading the berries, to be honest. Apples are coming back in. So yeah, we're able to keep up with all of our food and then some. We're not too far away from max pop right now. Nice. Family just moved in. Our little flea market over here is doing a good job. We're at 100% across the board. Dang, dude, even with that? Okay, yeah. Like I said, it's probably going to be 8 to 10 granary workers. We're just going to do one more. It's because of the stupid food type stuff. I mean, these food stalls aren't even there. I'm not really doing this for the food stalls, to be honest, so much as I'm doing it for the granary workers. I could probably dial it back. I mean, we're getting 100. It's overreacting. But we're at a good place now. What I have on my tan right now is honey, apples, trade logistics, better deals, charcoal, and deep. There's really no new policies I want. Telling my citizens to not eat is not necessary, and wild animals decrease. We don't have a rich deposit, so. Trade is doing good. Look how much we spent on military gear, though. Wow. Selling iron ore is stupid. We sold 638 in the previous year for 2 grand. How much do I have left? 1.4. So we went from 1.2 to 1.4, and so we're able to sell iron. We're able to produce. That's crazy. All right, we're getting our crossbows on. We're getting our iron parts on. Wonder if I should start selling iron parts. And our army is full, and we are at 426 population, and we have 6 more spaces, and we're gonna have 10 more spaces. We're almost there. We're almost at max pop. More freaking firewood than God. Okay, I'm gonna pull this back down to one dude. One dude here too. We just got too much going on. Way too much firewood. We got wheat, we got barley. We have 40 leather, 52 malt, 1.5 thousand iron, 170 iron slab, 50 iron parts, 25 clay, 78, 82 ale. All right, yeah, so alcohol production's at full gear. And we're back up to 2,000 regional wealth after purchasing all the armor. So we're stupid cash positive right now. Absurdly cash positive. I have 36 families, which I have absolutely no idea what to do with. Yeah. I mean, I wish we could have like a fighting pit where they could fight for scraps, but I don't have that in the game yet. I got 2 people on permanent graveyard duty. For all the individuals, I have 3 individuals in the church to help bury. We have 5 families dedicated to just moving dead bodies off the field. So that's cool. Large storage is getting pretty full, but we have a backup storage if anything happens. All right, and then I think this guy is the last one. We're at 2,000 food now. We just got our big haul of food. Spoilage mechanics are actually, I think, really, really nice because they do make food flow better. Like, things spoil. If I didn't have spoilage right now, we'd have like 8 or 10 granaries full of food. We'd have like 40,000 food. So, spoilage mechanics actually make these builds a lot cleaner. Oh, good lord. Hit the wrong button. All right, 1,500. This one's pretty low. I don't think there's a priority. So yeah, they're just coming and putting all the food in here. It's not bad though. It's a lot better for these guys here. But we're doing a good job. They consume from the granary first, so we don't have to worry too much about the food stalls. As long as the food exists in the granary, they don't even touch the food stalls, so it's kind of funny. Alright, grain is all the way over here, which is weird. I guess we should probably put a storage there, but we're doing okay. I'm going to put 2 people in there just because I can. I think I'm just going to start overstocking everybody. I got to give these people jobs. I'm going to put 2 people in this stable. Like, we're just going to start giving everybody more. I have nothing else to do with these people. All right. Smithy's double. That's double. Storehouse. Yeah, this is nuts. Let's do 2 in there. I'm going to do 3 people in there. That's not a market one. That's just a mover. All right, 1 other house. 4 to 6. Yeah, we still have 31 families left over. We've broken the game. 93%, 438 pop. So much iron. And we sold like 1,000 iron ore before. It's kind of funny that just like selling the material is more productive than anything else. I probably could get another smithy up though. Or sorry, not a smithy, but a bloomery. Get another bloomery up. Really get this show on the road.
Why do I have to carry this alone?
Perfect. Alright, we just need that family to move in. We're getting really close to have maxed out pop. And our food is just growing at an alarming level. I thought it was going to go down, and it's actually going up. Iron. But you don't need all this. You don't need iron. You don't need all that. Whatever rich things you have, you can sell berries. If I were to do this all over again, I would just sell war bows. I'd probably go up to 12 apiaries, start selling extra honey. There's a lot of ways to make money in this game. All of them easy. I would honestly, I would just build a Brondo and just sell and just produce thousands more veggies and apples and sell all of those. It's really, really easy to make money. Food is, I don't think people realize, like, think about it. When you actually, like, look at it, crossbow selling for 8 or, like, a warbow selling for 5, kind of dumb. Veggies sell for 2, right? I could just build a bunch of veggie farms. But when you're looking at the per item value and being limited to 1 trade post, it is kind of nice. But kind of outside of that, though, it's really not that hard to make money. I got a lot going on in here, though. All right, tier 2, we got it. Thank God. All right, we're gonna get all of our guys up, and that's the last house, and that's the last people. So we're at 447. So 4 regular. We have 2 more burger spots left. So, here's 1. There's 2. I think I'm gonna create. I kind of want to, like, mass produce crossbows. Double the bloomery. Yeah, let's just start mass producing crossbows. One of these guys is going to create more parts, and another guy is going to create crossbows. Let's just go even crazier down the hole. 120 planks, perfect. Two people in the saw pit. We're going to bump up our planks to 300. Get another ox. 2 people in the saw pit. Double that up. Double that up. Get this guy to tier 3. Alright, that puts us at 40. And we're just going to go heavy into crossbow production. Not because it's cool, but because we can. Got a full system. Perfect. All right. This guy up to tier 3. All right, so all the original houses are now tier 3. We have an additional 7 families that need to come in. We're going to get 2 families. So you get the first family on the 1st of the month, and you get the second family if you're above 75% on the 15th or 16th of the month. So that's when families come in. So you have to hit 50% before the 1st of a month and 75% before. So you can technically be below 75% at the beginning of a month, but you get it up before the 15th, 16th of that month, you'll get that second family. And we're at 92 now. That's cool. All right, level 2. All right, tier 3 over there. Yeah, so the pig place is, we're getting little hauls of meat here and there, and that's just going to help us decrease the amount of veggies and apples that we're consuming. And help out with all the food consumption. We've got a lot of food being consumed, but we were already overproducing. But someone was asking for something smaller than the Brondo, so if you want something smaller than the Brondo, just go back to my first plot type, which is the Bender. Bender is literally like the easiest thing to do in the world. I don't think it looks that bad, but some people do. I think it looks efficient. Alright, tier 3. Tier 1 are right there. We still need the family to move in. Upgrade this well. Alright, they're beautifying this place. Alright, so this place next to the bloomery I think is the perfect location for the next blacksmith. Got multiple bloomeries going. I think we're going to want to increase... Oh yeah, we already did. 300. We definitely want to increase the stockpile of fuel here. If we start selling too... We have a lot of fuel to get through before I have to worry. The iron parts. Okay, let's go back to the drawing board here. So we're going to go to 300 crossbows. we're going to go to 300 iron parts. Beautiful. And then over here, we're going to get up another blacksmith shop. Cool. 96% approval rating. We're still above where we want to be. Got 6 available living spaces. We'll have a little bit more. We're at 456 population. Oh boy. All right, cool. Blacksmith up. Going into iron part production. I mean, we could easily sell sidearms, spears, pole arms. It's kind of actually good. I mean, if I were smart, I'd actually go into a different thing. That when you trade stuff, the value of it goes down the more of it you sell. So yeah, we don't have to sell just crossbows. I mean, we could sell I think pole arms make the most sense. Just buy the route. Pole arms sell for 8. So yeah, let's change course here. Pole arms are planks and iron slabs. Produce 1 pole arm. Let's do pole arms. Do 200 of that. And because of that we don't have to do everything the same way. I think this dude over here actually might be producing more than I need. We have 179 iron parts. But I think we can actually just do another crossbow here. We'll have 2 dudes doing crossbows, 1 dude doing pikes. And that's another trade item for us.
Summer's coming soon.
And we're at 96%. Oh god. Let's do 14% taxes. I want my money. Alright. Tier 2. Or that's tier 3. Cool. Alright, so that's the last tier 3. We have 3 more available living spaces being built up. We have 34 people who are doing absolutely nothing. And I've already maxed everything out, so I'm not really sure what the heck to make them do. We have 1.4 thousand ore, 260... Oh, gosh. Yeah, you really only did actually need the 1 blacksmith, so that's good. Or the 1 blacksmith making those parts. Yeah. It's kind of insane. And the 2 bloomeries are going full speed. I do think that that's gotta do something to our iron supply, though. Oh, we're actually still increasing in iron supply. And I'm actually even selling raw iron ore still. That's pretty crazy. Alright. 1 dude there. 1 dude there. I am almost to 2,000 food now. Veggies is going crazy. Okay. Another blacksmith. The alcohol production is perfect. I have 150. Let's see how much I have. I'm storing 100 ale here and then 50 in the tavern. So we've hit a point where we're perfect. But yeah, we can't really go past 50 plots till they fix that. We're getting quite a bit of barley, quite a bit of wheat over here. We have 4 available living spaces and we're maxed out. We're at 468 population. With the advanced tab, we're gonna do more pole arms here. I think pole arms are the way to... No, actually, hold on a second. Do spears. Like, let's just go down the line, right? Of all things. We'll sell for 7. Yeah. Okay, cool. I'm gonna stop importing armors to free up some of the availability of people. And we're just gonna start pumping out weapons and selling weapons. Yeah, because each one of those is gonna get an established trade route, right? So every established trade route I have is 1 more chance to sell something, versus if I had, because I can only stock 50 crossbows. I can only stock 50 of 1 item at a time. So differentiating and going to multiple items is definitely the way to go in that regard. But yeah, we'll do spears, pole arms, and bows. Crossbows. Actually, I wouldn't mind selling shields, but I think the plank production is just enough to keep up with what I got going on. Yeah, 300 planks. I could probably do it. We're selling tools as well, but those aren't going too hot. All right. Well, we did it. 2 more people to move in, so 1 more month and we'll be at max pop. We're at 474. We're at a perfect 40 burgers plots. We certain amount of families and over 2,000 food, and that's with spoilage. So yeah, the bread helped. I do think the meat, I do think the piggies are the way to go, even though I'm only getting like, there's 12 here, right? So that's if just going based off 10, I get 4 per year. That's 40 meat per year. And then these 2 guys over here, so that's 48 meat per year. If I were to do all these guys, yeah, that's not bad. Almost 100 meat. Passively. It's a nice little chunk of change. They do have a high spoilage though, so that kind of sucks. And the traders are now going around my manor, which I really like, reducing that bottleneck issue. Everybody's doing a good job. This is pretty clean. This is a pretty clean setup. So yeah, the shield still works. You just have to go the other direction with it and change up the inside. I'm gonna keep working on this, and then I'll do an Excel. When the game patch officially comes out, I will do an Excel document with everything dialed in, and I'll do a whole new perfect city. But yeah, instead of just doing this in my room by myself, talking to myself, I decided to live stream. This is the kind of the process that I go through when I'm testing out new ideas and builds. Buy another ox. I have like a condition where anytime I have idle time, I just buy ox, and it gets to a point where it gets kind of crazy. I have, ooh, we actually, yeah, we need more space now. I bought too many ox. All right, 1 available living space. So on the 1st of August, we'll get that last person. Perfect. 41 months of fuel. 11 months of food. It says 11 months. No, we have way more than that. We're going to get a big apple haul. Yeah, I don't know why. I think it's because I haven't hit track their movement. So it keeps proccing the story event every year. Keeps telling me they're coming. Perfect. Man. Okay, so let's take a gander. That was available. That wasn't how much I had in total. All right, 92 shoes. So in total, I have 236 helmets, 232 mail. Now keep in mind, those are all very expensive. So there's like 5 grand in armor. Got a lot. 222 crossbows. This is all the material that exists. This is all the material that is quote unquote surplus, but I would say that is available. Yeah, so that doesn't count what's in the market stalls. That's how much I have counting what's in the market stalls. Nuts. And the trade posts and things like that. All right, well, we got a good situation. They need to pull these helmets out. We're starting to produce quite a bit. We have a storehouse here for all the weapons I'm crafting. This storehouse is almost full, but it's going to flow. It should flow into this guy right here. We do need to allow iron parts. Okay, yeah, and we do need to allow tools. Everything else is going to flow through the appropriate buildings. I think we should allow clay. All right, we're in good shape. Perfect. There we go. Now that thing's filling up. Perfect. 1 more family. It's kind of funny. It's saying I have 1 available living space, and I should have had multiple occurrences where that person moved in. They're trying to jip me. We're at 477 pop. We were at 478. I think somebody died. Probably from old age. It's a beautiful town we have. But everything is pretty darn good. Probably go into like first. So, yeah, the mountain map is the best, especially in first person. Yeah, here's the veggie benders. You can see how efficient, you can even see how more efficient the bender is when you go into third person, because this is 0.75 Morgans, 3 corpse pits, and it's just so close. So close. If I could angle this, I would. I'm hoping that we've been begging them for like an anno kind of stamp thing, so that we can build a burgers plot once and then have a stamp for it. Here's the goal. Yeah, this is a pretty sweet thing. But yeah, this is the ghetto side of town. Nobody wants to go there. At least the pig houses though have a nice view. They got these clean, sweet-smelling apple trees outside their house. They don't have pigs out there, but they have pigs in the back, so it's kind of weird. This is the tavern. The hell is that? Is that the oh, that's the... Looks so different. This house looks... Look at this freaking house, dude. Massive. It's interesting, the larger plot... Yeah, so like the smaller plots have these dinky houses, but on these big plots you have these... I didn't realize that was a house at first because it's just so different looking. It won't let me in. Oh, massive house. Well, yeah, this is it. And this is where people get sloshed. Pretty... I like out of all the maps, this is my favorite. I'm actually hoping they do more small maps instead of big maps. I think the big maps are kind of like, they're just too big. They're just kind of silly. These small maps just really help you dial in on the vibe. I also like having fewer choices. I feel like when I have a bunch of choices, it's like, I'm like, oh, I want to build here, here, here. But and then you have these nice little cliffside little communities that you can have that are pretty different from you know, all the other maps. And you got the river down here. And you have... So this is the secondary... Ooh, that was weird. I was saving. Okay. Like I was about to crash. And you have the secondary community down here. But yeah, this is probably one of the coolest maps. And also one of the coolest regions that there is. But you can dial in your cities however you want. Still have one available living space. They better move in soon. But yeah, if we wanted to do pigs here, we could. So we're going above 2,000 food now. So I know this build is holding. We're actually accumulating food. Because I stopped selling it. And the granary should be fine. We have more than enough granary space. There we go. He moved in. All right. So 480 pop. And that is with 1, 2, 3, 4 singles and 36 doubles. So it works. It's pretty cool. All right. Well, that was a marathon. That was a 5-hour stream, and that was a really long time to stream. So thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. But that is the Shield 3.0 perfect city design with all of the new mechanics. Hopefully I explained some of the ways that mechanics work a little bit more clearly. And have a great